Hey everyone, let me know if you can hear me. We're just having some technical problems, and that's why we don't have audio. We are working on it though, so yeah, we'll update you in the chat as soon as we have a working stream again. But yeah, give us a few more minutes and we'll try to continue troubleshooting this.
Hello. So obviously we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. We got at least one person working right now. So whenever Felix gets all his stuff worked out on his end, we should be able to have him hosting. Right now, in the meantime, I will be here to help entertain. So yes, for those of you who don't know, I am now a writer for Y. So in other words, anything that's wrong in the script, it's me. Yeah, that's on me. Everything that's right, obviously, that's somebody else. Um, so yeah, hello, and I hope everything's going well for y'all. Y'all ready to watch rocket fly? Okay, so hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to help with something. I'm going to. Okay, there we go. So yeah. Hopefully, in about an hour 45 minutes, we should be seeing IFT4 go again. But yeah, we are trying to get everything worked out on our end. So if I just start talking to somebody else, just know I'm helping them troubleshoot a little bit. But yeah, at least we have one person in here, which means once Felix works, it will work. Okay, I need to. Hello. Hello, I can hear you on that end. Okay. And yeah. All right. Thank you very much for the super chat. And yeah, let's hope everything goes well today. I got a coffee. It is a little early for probably quite a few people. Anybody in the US, I'm East Coast time, so it's about 6:30 in the morning for me. Uh, for Felix, it's a little earlier. It's 5:30 for him, so you can understand a few more technical difficulties. And yeah, as we work stuff out, there's a lot of people there, so there's a lot of stuff. Uh, and yeah, hopefully we should have all this worked out soon. And I mean, we got an hour 45 till launch, so we got more than enough time. So the launch is currently set for about uh, eight, about 8 8:15, 8:30 Eastern time. So that's about 7:15, 7:30 Central time, which is where Starship would actually be launching from. Oh, it looks like Felix actually got his mic working now. So yeah. Okay, so we should be having that fixed here in just a second. And yeah, let me see.
Yes, yes, yes. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can this world hear me? I'm trying to get out of Boca Chica. Am I on screen? I don't see myself on that. Okay, okay. Hello, everybody. We've been working some technical difficulties. We're at Raptor Roost, 3 miles away from the rocket right now, and we seem to have this working. So I'm looking at everybody. Give me a second. I have to mute you here. Give me 1 second. We are working on so many problems you cannot imagine. So this is how I see the world right now, and I'm sitting in front of a laptop that we hadn't even planned to stream from because the other laptop just decided not to work. Then we worked on a microphone problem and a headset problem. So we worked on all the problems. But I am live from Raptor Roost for everybody right now, and I'm so happy. I can see the chat. I can see you all. Thank you so much for showing up. And we are live for the first time, actually, close to the rocket because I've never streamed from here. I've always tried to stream from here and it never worked. And I just got a small crisis when I was thinking that we couldn't stream today either. I am so happy to see you all in the chat. So we are here for Starship Flight number 4. They are supposed to launch at 7 in the morning, which is 1 hour and 21 minutes away right now. Actually, the countdown is saying 1 hour and 40 minutes. I'm kind of a little bit confused right now because the window 7:20. Okay, so I'm not even in the loop. The launch window opens up at 7:20. Everything's prepared. I've been out at Starbase yesterday, and it looks beautiful out there. I can see the rocket from here. It's like it's right over there. Behind the camera is the rocket. I could turn the camera around, and you'd see the rocket from my perspective. It is just absolutely incredible to be out here. The whole place that we're streaming from, Raptor Roost, is completely filled up with people. Everybody's getting ready to watch Starship fly for the 4th time, and we are rooting for SpaceX. Of course, I saw Elon Musk was on site yesterday with Tim Dodd. He got a new tour, so we can look forward to that in the next excuse me, in the next few days, and I'm very, very much looking forward to that. SpaceX is crazy out here. I was here the last time in January, and the place has changed so much since then. I live in Florida, so most of the time, I see the same that you guys see. I see the pictures come in, I see the videos come in. I edit the videos and I help behind the scenes, of course. So I see the pictures earlier, but I don't see more than you do. And so these visits to Starbase are very, very special to me. And the crazy part is that every time you come down here, the place looks completely different. It's insane what SpaceX is doing out here, and they keep doing this. And this has all led up to flight number 4, and that's why we are here, and that's why we are sitting here waiting for SpaceX to launch this rocket for the 4th time. Do you have any questions? Anything I can answer for you? Because I don't even have my question board up here right now. Maybe we can fix that as well. Just give me 1 second. Joey, could you give me that laptop, the tablet again, so that I can see the chat? Because I don't even see the chat. So there you go. Now I can see the chat. I can see what you guys are writing. Tag me, tag one of the moderators if you have a question. Could we get the Trello, the board up, the question board?
I can get you the iPad.
Mm-hmm. anything that would help, so that I can start answering your questions. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, consider becoming a patron. We still, it's give me a second. We still have 20% off on the merch store. We set this up to basically give you all the profit we normally get from selling these. This is the IFT4 shirt. I'm wearing it. So this is 20% off. Go check that out as well. And I'm just extremely happy that you guys showed up. We have 5,000 people watching right now. So there's in the United States, you have to be an early bird to watch this right now, because it is 5:42 in the morning. So it is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Where are you all from? I see countries popping up here anyway. Mexico, France, Brazil. Lots of people from Brazil. Thank you so much. We have lots of people from Brazil showing up. There you go. Very nice. Hello, Brazil. How are you doing? Australia, Kenya. Oh man, it's just so amazing. Germany. There you go. So I've seen one Starship launch in person. That was IFT1. I saw it from this location, and I saw the rocket dig in under the OLM, and I saw the concrete chunks fly up in slow motion and all that kind of stuff. The rocket kind of never really took off for the first, felt like 10 seconds. It was just hovering above the OLM, digging its hole, and then it started sliding sideways, and then it took off, and it miserably failed in the sky. Of course, we all know the story. We're not hoping for that today. SpaceX's goal is actually go through peak heating during re-entry. That is a tough goal, because that would mean that everything up to re-entry works out. Last time we had a huge, or SpaceX had a huge problem with orientation, so they couldn't control the orientation of the rocket. Their thrusters iced over, and they just couldn't stop the roll. Everybody's seen the waltzing Starship in space by now, I think. We're hoping that today the changes that they made to Ship 29 are actually working. They have put in, they've put in more roll thrusters, and they have put in hardware that is supposed to stop the clogging, the ice buildup on the thrusters. That is the biggest problem why they weren't able to re-enter last time. But they also, let's say the Starship shed some tiles on launch. And SpaceX has put so much work into Ship 29's heat shield. I saw it yesterday, the full stack on the pad, and it looks pristine. It's by far the best heat shield I've ever seen from SpaceX. They have left 2 tiles out deliberately. That is a test. They have sensors in the area, and they want to test what happens if a Starship loses heat tiles. I'm sorry, there are a few mosquitoes here. So they want to test out what happens to the parts that don't have a heat shield. They have left these tiles out in the engine section, so all the way at the bottom of the Starship. So that shouldn't be a critical thing. It's crazy. We arrived here 2 days ago. We had a pretty rough journey down here. We had a flat tire. We were pulled over. All sorts of stuff happened, but we managed to arrive here 3 in the morning, 1.5 days ago. We've been insanely busy since then. And when we set everything up this morning to start streaming, of course, nothing worked. As I said, I'm on a different laptop. I'm using different equipment. The entire team in the background is rotating right now to get this working. But they're smiling. I can see them, and everything seems to be working out. And we are ready. This is just insane. We're sitting here streaming from Raptor Roost, and I'm 3 miles away from the rocket. This is just absolutely insane. I've never had such a good view for a Starship launch while streaming, and so you'll be able to see me scream and throw my arms up, hopefully in 1.5 hours here. We have a dog here too. The place is filled up with roughly 250 people, and everybody showed up for the one thing that the space community is busy with right now. SpaceX is pushing the limits with Starship. There's nothing really comparable to this right now, and as I said, every time you come down here, for all those who haven't been down here yet, it's a pretty magical thing. What SpaceX is doing out here is just outright insane. So the plan. It's working so far, right? Excuse me, everybody. I'm talking to people in the back end here. We're still working on some server issues, but if it's working stable, I would say don't touch it. It's working so far. Okay. So, but would this cancel the stream out, or would the stream still? Okay, okay. So everybody, we are going to switch to our main streaming server again, because that was the thing that gave us a lot of trouble. It is going to buffer for like 10 to 20 seconds or so, and then we're going to be back. Stay tuned with us and cross your fingers that this is actually working out. Thank you, guys. And I've got your questions, so I'll be answering those as well. It's working. I am so happy. Yes. So I'll just keep talking while the stream is not buffering yet. Imagine you get up at 3:40 in the morning after having 3.5. Yes. Okay. So we should be back with the other server. Let's see if this works out. Let's do some software magic here. Okay. The stream is not buffering anymore. Hello, everybody. We should be live again. Hello, we're back. We just on the fly switched streaming servers. That is what we do in the background. Everything working? Can you guys hear me? Give me a clear signal in the chat. So as I was saying, just imagine this is a big thing for us, of course. We've worked for this for so long, prepared everything, coded software, got everything ready. You test everything, and in the evening everything works. And you get up in the morning out of your tent, wash up a little bit, put on your cool IFT4 flight t-shirt. You walk up to your laptop and nothing works. The thing didn't even want to log into the Windows account. Like, this is ridiculous, but that's what it is when you try to do this on site. It is not easy. We have a few other people here, like all the Brazilians already swarmed to the chat. It's difficult to do this out here, and everybody, like, when you watch Tim Dodd's streams, is it working? The video is lagging. It might be just a connection problem. Exactly. So if my video is lagging, just bear with us. We're working on that as well. But when you're watching these high-rated streams from Tim Dodd or NASA Spaceflight or whatever, and you see their equipment fail, just be very sure that it's not on them. They don't want this to happen. Everybody prepares for this, and then in the end, when you turn it on, nothing works. It's just insane. It's like, I've not seen this before. Like I said, I couldn't even log into my laptop because it didn't take my PIN. And it's that kind of stuff that keeps us alive, that keeps us awake. And the mosquitoes. I just killed one, I think. I have mosquitoes on the camera. I've got mosquitoes on myself. This place is swarming with mosquitoes right now, but we are here for you streaming this live. And I've got a few questions, so I'm going to try to read out some of them. We have a super chat from WoIIM. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi there, excited for the launch. Keep up the good work. Boys and gals, what camera feeds will you be using? I'll say, okay, so we're going to be using one stationary PTZ camera that is out there in the exclusion zone. It's roughly 1.5 miles away from the rocket itself, so it should, in theory, give us a good view. Give me a second. What is this? Oh, there you go. Okay. I'm being swarmed with mosquitoes. So we're using one camera in the exclusion zone. It's a PTZ camera that is out there in the dunes. Thank you so much. I just got some mosquito repellent here, and I'm going to see if that works. From Pedro. Thank you so much, Pedro. So the streamer. So this thing is always keeps, like, why is this doing that? Now it's there. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic, guys. I said, why is it doing this? And everybody was freaking out already. See this. Look at that. What is that?
Wi-Fi, maybe.
Could be, yeah. But the chat's still going, so I won't worry. I won't bother. So now my camera is cutting out. You can see that the connection isn't that as stable as we wanted it to be, but it's just the way it is, and we'll have to work with this. That's as good as it gets out here with all the mosquitoes and everything. I'm using, I don't want to do product placement, but these guys are epic, so thank you very much for giving. So the cameras. The other camera we have is a Blackmagic Cinecam. It's set up here. It's got a huge lens on it, so it's going to give us a very nice close-up view. 1 second, everybody. There you go. So that's the two cameras that we're going to use on site. We recently lost our pad camera through the due to the Department of Transportation, as everybody else had as well. I should still be on screen. I am on screen. Hello. They took away our cameras. They took away everybody's cameras. We are trying to get a license to put it back out there at the pad. But it's not sure if we'll be able to do this. Why are you taking this away from me? Okay. So we're working on getting me the questions back from the chat, so I'll be working with this right now. Jonathan's trying to morph into Felix. Yeah, we're yes. But we are live, and that's what counts. Yes. Put the profile on for everybody so that they can see what actually is going to happen today. I'm still talking to a few people in the back end here. So when I'm talking like I'm talking to somebody, it's because I hear way more people in my headset than you guys do in the stream. It's right next to Starship at Starbase. It's not easy. Thank you very much, Mark. I'm trying to read the chat at the same time right now. Okay, so here we go. I'll try to work my way through this. So this is the flight profile that you're seeing on the stream right now. SpaceX's plan is to basically repeat flight number 3. The problem with flight number 3 was they lost attitude control in space. So everything up to space worked reasonably well. Let's just say that there might have been problems with the hot staging. There are theories out there that the hot staging ring actually got blown off during separation. It's unconfirmed, but yeah, that kind of stuff happens when you have a prototype. So the rocket reached space, and there it was enjoying the view, but it couldn't control its orientation. So it started a waltz. It started rolling uncontrollably, and it kept doing that until re-entry. And so SpaceX wasn't able to aim the heat shield forward, and that was the end of the ship. The booster tried to come down, but it had a problem relighting its engines, so it couldn't do its re-entry burn properly. It couldn't do a landing burn properly. I think they were running the landing burn on 4 engines, I think, which is way too few. I think it should have been 13 engines that they wanted to use for slowing the booster down in the atmosphere. So the booster disintegrated without a landing. The plan for today is to have the Starship re-enter go through peak heating, which means the highest point of temperature during re-entry, because SpaceX needs data on the heat shield. That's their most important thing right now, and the most difficult thing as well on the Starship currently is the heat shield. Tiles keep falling off. The insulation material below the tiles is not capable of withstanding the heat, contrary to what everybody believed before. Elon Musk tweeted that out a few days ago. He said that there is, in most places on the Starship, there is not the tolerance for a single heat tile to be missing. And so that's a problem if you're missing tons of heat tiles after ascent. So that's what they improved on Flight 4. The major improvements on Flight 4 are the roll authority in space, an improved heat shield, and the try to get the Starship through peak heating. So much for the Starship. The plan for the booster is to go to return back almost to Starbase, 35 miles downrange. It's supposed to do a landing on a virtual tower. That means the booster is going to think that there is a Mechazilla out there in the ocean, and it's going to try to aim for virtual chopsticks and try to perform a landing. An interesting question with that is, SpaceX will also need to test if they can actually operate their Mechazilla just after a Starship launched. So we are going to pay close attention to the tower after the Starship has launched, and while the booster is coming down, we're going to try to see if there is actually some movement on the chopsticks, because that would mean that SpaceX is testing the booster on a virtual tower and the tower on a virtual booster, which would be extremely interesting, and it would be something that SpaceX needs to test anyway. So I'm wondering if that's part of the plan. We'll take a close look at the launch tower after launch and when the booster is trying to return. So SpaceX's goal is to get both stages back down, not to land them on site. That is something that is going to come later, and they're going to try to catch the booster first, hopefully on IFT4 if everything works out with the booster this time. And you can bet I'm going to be down here again for that, maybe even with a better connection. We're working on that as well. Let me just get this up again. So I'm going to try to answer some questions for you guys now. You can switch back to the from the tower if you can hear me, if the backend can hear me. So much for the launch profile. If SpaceX actually pulls this off, and if they get the booster to land and the ship through peak heating, it would be a major step forward. This is prototype testing, so if you have friends or people that tell you that SpaceX is never going to get this thing to success anyway because the last 3 launches failed, trust me, this is to be expected, because they have so many new things on the Starship. They are going through uncharted territory with this, and so they have to test all sorts of things that other launch companies, when they build their rockets, they base their rockets on tested and tried things. So ULA's Vulcan, for example, it's a brand new rocket, right? But so many things about it are similar to rockets that ULA has already launched that ULA doesn't have to test new things. The booster is not going to re-enter. There's no Starship on top that needs a heat shield, and so on and so forth. So it's way more similar to an Atlas, to a Delta, and so on and so forth, to the things that they know. And that's why it worked on the first launch. The reason why Starship didn't work on the first launch is because there is so much new stuff in this. 33 full flow stage combustion engines on the first stage. A gigantic rocket. It is absolutely unbelievable how large this rocket is. I was out there at the pad yesterday evening just before they closed the road, close to midnight actually. We wanted to take a last look at the Starship before it leaves Starbase, and it's every time I see these things, Starships are insanely large, and it doesn't come across in pictures or in video or in anything. So if you ever have the chance to visit Starbase, do so. It is very much worth it. Very, very much. Okay, so I'm going to try to read some more questions here. We have new member, Steven. Thank you so much for becoming a member. You help us with this so much. Super chats, memberships, subscriptions, like the stream, become a patron, buy yourself a shirt. This is not me trying to make a profit. This is what keeps this going. We have many people in the background, expensive equipment, and if you like what we are doing, support us with anything. Even a like supports us, because the YouTube algorithm is going to share this with more people if more people like it. So like the stream and enjoy the show. We are in it for the launch. This is just absolutely insane, and I'm loving it. Okay, let me shift this over. Give me a second. Trying to organize stuff here. Yes, we can do co-hosts as well. I would love to have co-hosts before the launch. I'm talking to the team in the background. We are ready to bring our co-hosts up as well. I think Nathan and Jonathan would love to talk to you guys as well. So our tech is slowly getting together to what it was yesterday. So we're working the problems, and it seems to be working, and we're very, very happy about it. Daniel, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. I came here for Pedro. Pedro is sitting right next to me, and it's an honor to share this deck with him. He came up yesterday and he asked me if it was possible to set up his camera up here, and I just gave him a high five, and now he's sitting over there streaming. And he brought a huge Starship. I brought, of course, my toys as well. I have Starships sitting here from Anjuang from More Than 3D. I always bring a Starship to live streams. I can't do this without. It even glows in the dark. So there we go. Oh, there's another thing I want to shout out here. We arrived at Starbase with the MyRadar's Cybertruck, which was a blast to drive down here. The thing is a tank. I knew it was a peculiar vehicle, but now after I've driven it for 1,500 miles, the thing is totally crazy, and it was a blast. Thank you so much, Andy. MyRadar is amazing. It's an amazing weather app. So if you want to know the weather, you probably know them from. Yeah, so there you go. We even have some merchandise from MyRadar here. If you want a really, really good weather app, be sure to check out MyRadar. It is actually really, really good, and I've been using it for 10 years, even way before I got in contact with MyRadar for What About It. So there you go, MyRadar. Thank you so much for getting us this Cybertruck to move down here. All right, I'm trying to look through the mosquitoes here. They are swarming us right now because it's getting brighter out here. The sun is slowly coming up, and that means the mosquitoes are coming up as well. But we still have some blood in us, so I'm being sprayed here from all the directions. So there we go. Let's not talk about health issues here. Okay, so Daniel, thank you so much for the super chat. We have a new member, Tim. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Daniel Outdoors, thank you so much for the super chat. I think this is Cronin, so from Norway. Thank you for tuning in. What do you think of overview effect? Okay, so overview effect is what astronauts describe when they get to space for the first time. I have not experienced it, so I know what it is, but I don't know. I can't imagine what it feels like. Overview effect means that you can see the entire planet or half of the entire planet, and it gets you to realize that there aren't any borders, and that all the silly talk about nations and different cultures and everybody working against each other in a huge competition is kind of a silly thing if you step a little bit back. I can't imagine how it must have been for the Apollo astronauts walking on the moon. They saw the Earth even smaller. And if you go out further and further and further, all the way to the blue dot image from Voyager that Carl Sagan made NASA take in the 70s, I think. That's the overview. We are a speck of dust suspended in the darkness, and I'm hoping for a future where everybody learns this and where everybody works together. The more people we get up into space, the more people will experience the overview effect, and the more the mindset of people will change that humanity should work together to explore space. So that's the overview effect, and that's my thought about it. That was an excellent question. Thank you very much. Give me a second. I'm trying to find the next question. We have another super chat from Westphalia Philosopher. Thank you very much for the super chat. We have Fabio. Thank you very much for the super chat. A big hug from Brazil. Felix is great. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in to Pedro as well. The guy is rocking it over there. And he was trying to help us as well when we had our server problems, but there was no help in sight, and now it's working. I'm so happy about this. We have Mozzie, new member. Thank you very, very, very much for becoming a member. All the memberships, all the super chats you're sending in, it's funding the crazy stuff we're doing out here. Thank you for keeping this going. Thank you for funding our crazy hobby. I hope you enjoy the show. And we are live around 3.5 miles away from the Starship stack, which is out there suspended in the slowly getting brighter darkness. I can see the tower flashing from here. Like, it is so surreal, you cannot imagine. I am sitting here in front of a laptop with my microphone and my headset. I can see my team members on the laptop here as well, and they're all smiling and they're all enjoying it. And I can see the tower blink out in the distance, and I am so pumped for this launch, you cannot imagine. So thank you very much for tuning in. That's what she said. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the size and weight of Starship make it less vulnerable to weather? That's an interesting question. You're probably talking about wind shear and all these kinds of things during launch in the lower parts of the atmosphere. I have Actually, I have no clue how Starship behaves and what the envelope is. That's what that's called, the launch weather envelope. I know that SpaceX is crazy about pushing envelopes, and I've seen actually, in fact, the first launch I've ever seen live in person was CRS-20. I saw it from Florida. It was a return to launch site. I saw it with um, Starfleet Tours. Huge shout out to Steven. It's a friend of mine, and he organizes boat tours to watch launches, and he's out here right now as well. I hope at least, at last I heard. And I was out on the ocean watching CRS-20, and the point is, when we were waiting for the boat to arrive, the weather was so crazy that the palm trees were bending, and I thought that's not going to happen. They had pushed the launch out a week, I think, at least. CRS-20, if you want to look up the history, it got pushed 5 or 6 times, and I didn't expect to see the launch, and I was bummed because the palm trees were bending. And then Elon Musk tweeted that he wants to push the envelope on a launch and see if the booster can do this with a CRS capsule on top, and it did it. It launched just fine, and it landed just fine with the palm trees bending in the wind. So that shows you that SpaceX is not afraid of testing limits. But I can't tell you what the limit is on the Starship. I have no insight into that. In theory, it's it's an interesting question. I honestly don't know if I can give you an educated answer to that. We're going to get other hosts on. Nathan and Jonathan are very knowledgeable as well, and they're smiling right now. Maybe they have an answer for you. We can pick up the question again later. But for now, I would try to back up from that question, because on one side, you have a large rocket, which should in theory give more wind resistance. But on the other hand, you have more control authority because you have way more thrust available. So I honestly don't know. It's an interesting question.
That's for sure an interesting question.
Stormed by mosquitoes here right now. Go away.
Hey, by the way, I can just say hi as well. I should be you should be able to hear me. I'm Jonathan, the guy that's mostly at fault for the stream not working. But
you made it
I'm
work,
happy it's working now.
You made it work.
And super happy it's all working now. We're here, and I'm super hyped to watch this amazing launch, hopefully, with everyone here.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. I'm trying to watch the stream with you guys, but I'm getting a weak signal here. I can only there we go. I can see you guys here. So I have multiple screens, and I can see the stream. It's you won't believe how important it is for a streamer to actually be able to see the stream. And we've got a few monitors up here trying to look at that view. The camera is actually way better. The camera we have aimed. Yes, go ahead, Jonathan. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
I was just talking to Felix in the back end.
We have a preview. Perfect. Yeah. Like being able to see your own stream is extremely important for a streamer, because you guys, even though we managed to get the delay for you guys down as low as possible, there still is a delay of, let's say, 10, 15 seconds or something like that from what we see here to what you see on YouTube. And so if I don't see as little delay picture of the stream as possible, I can't even talk about what I'm seeing out there. So now we have a preview window. Look at the view of that tower.
Yeah, it's amazing. And it's just gonna get better when the sun comes up. That's the amazing part.
Slowly getting brighter here. The police is patrolling because we are so close to the exclusion zone. Raptor Roost is right next to a road, and that road is the border of the exclusion zone. So if you step onto that road, you're in illegal space. The police is patrolling right in front of our cameras here, literally 100 yards away from where I'm sitting. SpaceX drones are patrolling as well, and they even have a speaker system. So if somebody ventures into the exclusion zone, they can yell at them with a drone, which is the most high-tech way of scaring somebody away I've ever seen. It's crazy out here. We are as close as we can get to all of this. Okay, so let me see about a few more. Maybe Jonathan, do you know an answer to the weather envelope question that we had earlier? Could you give an educated guess to that?
I mean, I can give a guess. I mean, I'm not like a physics professor or anything, but I'm fairly sure that the gimbal capability of Super Heavy would overweigh the stronger wind.
Yes.
But as it's like a new vehicle, I'm fairly sure they wouldn't like totally push it to the limits. But it's just a guess. I mean, I remember like seeing one Electron launch once where there was crazy wind, where you can see like Electron drifting off pad like a few seconds after it cleared it. So it was like quite crazy wind. But I'm fairly sure we wouldn't see something that crazy with Starship on one of the earlier launches.
And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't risk it either, because it's a prototype and their goal is to actually get it to space. So we have an update from SpaceX. New targeting time is 7:50, so they pushed it by another 30 minutes. Excuse me? Countdown's updated on the stream as well. I'm spraying myself a little bit more with all sorts of mosquito repellents here to try to scare these little buggers away, which is really, really hard. These guys are giving us a hard time out here, but we're doing our best.
I can't imagine. It's
insane.
Well.
It's like, remember when we built up the cameras? These guys are so hungry out here, you can barely imagine. So we're enduring this to be able to be so close to the rocket.
Yeah,
as close
it's
as
like
possible.
basically as soon as you have like any skin showing,
yes,
they
will assault you. Exactly.
Yeah, and that's not what you want. By the way, on the stream right now we have the like pre-launch timeline for IFT4, so all the events we can accept up to liftoff.
Yes.
And most important,
walk everybody through it. Walk everybody through it.
Most important, what should probably happen the earliest is that the flight director should actually verify if they go for fuel loading. And that should happen about 1 hour and 15 minutes before liftoff. So in like 15-20 minutes from now, if they don't keep pushing the T0 anymore. And then the actual fuel loading would only start about 50 minutes before T0. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, or at least I hope that's going to happen today. So we're going to go for that launch today.
I just took a picture of everybody. This is you guys. Can you see this? I'm going to go a little bit. Oh, no. Wait.
You go close as well.
Oh, come on. Give me a second. I'll show you guys. This is it's just surreal for me. I've never streamed a Starship launch a Starship launch from so close to where the rocket actually is. This, if it's focusing on it, it's reasonably focusing on it. So the bright spot in the corner is my key light, so that you guys can actually see me, because it's still pretty dark. The camera you see with the bulky microphone in the middle, we're going to try to record some awesome audio for production afterwards. And there you see, on the bottom you see the laptops that I'm staring at, and exactly behind this camera is the rocket. It's 3 miles away. It's 3 miles away. And I was here for IFT1, and it was so loud that it made the ground shake. So if cameras and everything start vibrating while the rocket is launching, you'll know that we're really, really close to this thing. We couldn't be closer.
And we should actually have audio from the launch as well, if that works out. We might have live launch audio.
Okay, so I'm going to shout out a few more super chats because they keep coming in. Thank you all so much for showing up. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Try to, if you want to, and we're giving so much extra content on Patreon for channel members, for X subscribers, for all the monetary subscribers. We're giving out huge amounts of extra content, picture galleries almost every day, from orbit, from the ground, from helicopters. So it's very, very much worth it. Subscribe to the channel. Huge shout out to My Radar, who lended us their Cybertruck to get down here. It's sitting right out there, and everybody was able to take a look at Tesla's latest crazy project. The thing is a tank. So thank you. I'm going to try to shout out a few more super chats. We've Daniel. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi Felix. I came here from Prater. We had him. I'm going to move him over here if that works. We have Daniel Edwards. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. We have Marcello. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, Felix. Sends a hug to Pedro. I'm watching you from Brazil. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for showing up. Another Daniel Chiki Team. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. The life is incredible. Hail from Brazil again. Man, how many Brazilians do we have here? That's
amazing. All the energy from Brazil today. Yeah.
We have Astro Van Tuckett. Thank you so much for being a member, and thank you. He's been a member for 2 years. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, thank you for sweating it out for us. Great coverage. It's not that hot right now, but the mosquitoes are landing everywhere. It is just insane with the mosquitoes. But you tend to forget all that when you can see a Starship in the distance, which is
And I mean-
supposed to launch. So that makes up for everything, and we're it's a pleasure to bring you all this. So thank you for showing up. We
I mean, that's
have
great.
Adrian R. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Keep up the great work. We plan on doing it, and you are pushing us further with these super chats. Thank you so much. We have 32 Rides. Thank you so much for the super chat. $10 for the Mozzies, and good day from Australia. Thank you so much, mate.
I mean, the awesome part is basically that those super chats will never stop because there are just so many, and it's so amazing.
Oh,
all the
by the
support
way,
we
we
get.
have a goal. We have a goal of reaching 469,000 subscribers today. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do so. We appreciate it so much, and we are every subscription, every like, every super chat. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is what makes all this possible. So if you haven't liked it yet, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, do so. You're pushing this forward, and next time it's going to be even better and even better and even better. And I promise you, we're going to keep doing this if you keep watching us. So thank you so much. Intermodal Tim, thank you so much for becoming a member. So we have a few. Oh man, I'm really trying to do the question board work here.
I mean, I can just take over and get to a question from chat real quick.
Yes,
there was
go
someone
ahead.
asking if SpaceX will recover Booster 11 and Ship 29 if after the water landing.
Oh no, actually, go ahead, answer
Right?
it. But the like the booster is actually the booster is supposed to soft land, so it's
Exactly.
going to slow down to zero, not very far away from the surface of the water. So it shouldn't get destroyed when it touches down in the water, but then they are going to open up valves and try to sink it. And if that doesn't work, they're even prepared to shoot it. No joke. They are prepared to shoot the poor booster. Once it's made its journey, it's not going to survive. No matter what, the booster is going to sink into the ocean. And the same goes for the Starship. So they are not planning to recover the prototypes, but they are planning to get extreme amounts of data. And that's what this comes down to. You can only simulate so much with a computer simulation. And if you fly it, you get all the data you need to do more improvements, and that's why they are doing these flight tests. So don't expect everything to go as planned. Don't expect them to get payload to space 2 launches from now or anything like that. That's the goal, but it is testing and it is prototyping. And what's most valuable for SpaceX here today and on all the other launches in the past from Starbase is to get data. They need the data, and that's what they're out for. And that's what they don't need the prototype for the data. So we have a super chat from Peter Krauspe. Thank you so much for the super chat. You're doing a great job. Enjoy it every time. Thank you so much for showing up, and thank you so much for pushing the bandwagon a little bit further with your super chat. Mozzie Quoto, new member. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Ironsides, new member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. This is very, very much appreciated. We have Todd. He's become a new member as well. Thank you so much. I'm trying to push questions over here. We have Mozzie. I think I've already shouted Mozzie. He's become a new member as well. I'm moving stuff over here. We have Dave. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. It is so great to have you all. You can also access our Discord server. If you become a member here on YouTube, a channel member, if you become a patron, or if you become a subscriber on... Oh, actually, no. I think the subscribers on X don't have access to the Discord because it's technically not possible. But everybody on Patreon and everybody becoming a channel member can also access our Discord. And trust me, there's a party going on there every time there's a launch. And it's a really, really nice community. If you want to join that Discord server as a YouTube member, you have to link your YouTube account in your Discord app. And if you want to do that the same by becoming a patron, you have to go into your Patreon account settings and link your Discord account. That's all you got to do. The What About It Discord is going to appear after that, no matter what the level is. These levels, by the way, I know others are doing this differently, but my philosophy is that everybody should get the same access, because there are people out there that just don't have the money. And so if you spend $1, it gives you access to everything. It doesn't matter if you spend $100 a month or if you spend $1 a month, you get exactly the same access. So there is no limitation there. The tiers are just you deciding how much you want to give, and not us deciding how much you're going to get. So there you go. Steven, thank you so much for becoming a member. Surya, thank you so much for becoming a member and for sending a super chat. Why do you always start your shorts with so? Okay, so that's a good question. It's a trick. The YouTube algorithm, a lot of things that we do on YouTube are tricks, actually, because the YouTube algorithm works in a specific way. And for shorts, the trick is to get you to watch the first 10 seconds twice, because the algorithm is basically primed to only show shorts that have the highest possible view duration. So from start to end, it's a percentage, and the higher that gets, the more people will see the short. So the so is a trick to get you to watch it again. I'm very sorry for that. I hope you're still enjoying the shorts, and that was the honest answer. Shout out to YouTube. Please do change your algorithm. I don't think that's the right way to go. But I'm very, very happy that YouTube exists, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this at all. Adrian, thank you so much for becoming a member. Ixodez, thank you so much for becoming a member. Josh Jones, thank you so much for becoming a member. We have so many new members. You know what's the most fun thing for me after launches and after launch party? Actually, we're going to have an after launch party here once the rocket is launched. Hopefully, it's going to launch today. We're going to do a huge party here at the Raptor. And when that is done, the first thing I normally do is go into the Discord and greet all the new members. So if you've become a member and you do know Discord, even if you don't know it, download it, because I would love to meet you guys. Thank you so much for doing this for us.
And a lot of the team is also in the Discord as well. So,
yes.
For example, you can talk to me or Jonathan or any of the other people that you've seen on.
Paul J., thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. Thank you so much for the super chat. We are in for an exciting day if the candle gets lit. Fingers crossed that it does. Y does a fantastic job bringing us these launches. So thank you, Y. Y'all rock. Thank you so much for watching. Yes. And we are 3 miles away. So for everybody who has just tuned in, first thing you do is press the like button. Second thing you do is subscribe to the channel. Third thing is you pay attention to what you see in the distance, because that is Starship Flight number 4, Ship 29 on top, and Booster 11 on the bottom. And we are expecting SpaceX to launch this at 7:50, I think is the time they're tracking right now, which is in 1 hour and 25 minutes from now, if I am correct. Yep. And we are 3 miles away from the rocket, 3.5 miles away from the rocket. We are at the edge of the exclusion zone. This is literally the closest you're allowed to legally get to the rocket while it is launching, and it should be shaking our cameras and it should be shaking our chests, and we can't wait for this to happen. You're going to see me flip out when that thing ignites over there. I've seen one Starship launch from here, IFT4, the tunnel digging machine. We had a poor visibility from Raptor. Today it looks way better. It's still overcast, so we're not going to be able to follow the entire path of the rocket with our eyes, but it should clear up a little bit more. I yesterday actually talked to some meteorologists, because we're here with the My Radar Cybertruck, and these guys specialize in weather, and they guaranteed me that during launch it should be clearing up a little bit. We have a little bit of moisture and haze in the air, as you can see from the kind of faded camera picture. That is billions of liters of water being in the air here right now, together with billions of mosquitoes, by the way. It's tough out here, but SpaceX makes up for it. I wouldn't want to miss it. So we watched IFT1 from here, and it was so loud that it literally starts pumping your chest. The shock waves, when they arrive, it makes you feel it in your entire body, and that's what I'm looking forward to. It's going to be the second time I'll be able to experience this. So cross your fingers, please, because I want this thing to launch today. It would be the best present that SpaceX can give us. So we're sitting here waiting for flight number 4. The goal for flight number 4 is for the booster to re-enter the atmosphere after separation and land on a virtual tower downrange out in the ocean, which is about this direction from where I am sitting. It is supposed to land on a virtual tower so that SpaceX can test out what it is going to be like to catch a booster over there, where the rocket actually is. And they're going to test that with a virtual tower. And the plan, so what's interesting about that is that SpaceX will also need to test if Mechazilla actually works shortly after launching a Starship. There's wear and tear on it. They did lots of repair work after each launch and also on the chopsticks. So we're going to pay close attention if the booster actually makes it back down to the ocean offshore. We're going to pay very close attention to the chopsticks on the tower, because I do think it would make a lot of sense for SpaceX to test the booster on a virtual tower and to test the tower on a virtual booster. And that would mean that while the booster is trying to land on an imaginary tower out in the ocean, the chopsticks would move at the launch site. It's just a theory. I'm hoping for this to be true, because it would be such an amazing sight, first of all, to see. And secondly, it would show us how close SpaceX actually is to trying to attempt to catch a booster. And I cannot imagine what that is going to look like when the thing comes down back from the sky up there. I'll be here for everybody, and I'll be talking about this. So like, subscribe, send us super chats. We're trying to get to 469,000 subscribers as quick as possible, because it's an awesome number, and it helps us so much you cannot imagine. So us YouTubers, we're not greedy bastards or something. This is a very expensive hobby. I am enjoying this very, very much, but it is a very expensive hobby. So all the likes and subscriptions and chats, super chats that you are sending are funding this. So thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to try to shout out a few more extremely awesome people. Mozzie Quoto, thank you so much for the super chat. Mozzies deserve food to y'all. Okay, or no, deserve food, you know. So you deserve food, absolutely. But we actually have a food truck down here. Everything was organized by Noah and Keith, who are running Raptor Roost. We're streaming this from Raptor Roost. Keep this in mind for IFT4 if you are ever in the area. If you can ever make it down to Starbase to watch a launch on your own, this is basically as good as it gets. We're right at the edge of the exclusion zone. The people are extremely nice. Huge shout out to Keith and Noah. They have organized all of this, and they've welcomed us with open arms. We actually have a What About It flag waving at the entrance of this place, and it's an honor and it's a pleasure. I think Joey is trying to, there you go. Joey is trying to show you the flag on the stream. Does that actually work in real time? I am just still so amazed about the stuff that we are doing out here. I could not do this without the team. It is not just me. There are so many people working on getting this feed to you, producing episodes, doing everything. I see Carlos Nunes standing down there with his phone, filming the whole scenery. Maybe you know him from X. There is a lot of people out here that I know, and it's just such a pleasure to every time I'm down here. So look at this. Look at that. It is the United States flag, and below it you have a What About It flag, and that is all thanks to Keith and Noah. Shout out to you guys. I am so absolutely proud of you. All right, enough of that. Thank you guys. Raptor Roost. The website is www.raptorroost.com with one R in the middle, so Raptor Roost. Check it out. Bookmark it for the next time. Try to come down here. It is very, very much worth it. We're having a good time, and we are trying to catch a Starship launch today, which is totally crazy. It's number 4, and I still can't believe that SpaceX is even developing this rocket. The thing basically busts every scale for rockets that's out there. It's double the thrust of the Saturn V. The thing is a giant. I was out at the pad yesterday evening, short before midnight, because I wanted to kiss the Starship goodbye for one last time. They closed the road at some point, so about midnight was the last time you were able to actually go out there. And I was out there with a few friends. Shout out to them as well, with my wife and Joe and Joey. And it's just when you see this thing in person, it doesn't come across in pictures. It is large, and everybody knows it's large. But how large it is, you can only see when you see it in person. So if you can ever make it out here, I can definitely recommend it. And if you do so, please do join us at Raptoroo's, because I'm going to be here and I'm going to share a taco with you and have a huge party after the launch. So there you go. Okay, we have Paul J. Papas. Thank you so much for the super chat and for being a member. We're in for an exciting day if the candle gets lit. Why does... Oh, so I had this already. I'm sorry, Paul, you got a second shout out. I'm really trying to organize the cards here, which is difficult on a tablet, but it works. Lucas Leo, thank you so much for the super chat. If you have questions, either tag the moderators and send them in. They'll relay the questions to me, or do a super chat and combine it with a question, because those are being preferred, because they are what keeps the cameras running. So excuse us for preferring them, for putting them on the top of the list, of the waiting list. If you have a question, shoot it out. I'll try to answer as many as I can, because I'm having it at least as much of a blast as you have, because it's still absolutely surreal to me to be able to sit right at the exclusion zone. I can see the tower blink in the distance. I'm hoping for the weather to clear up a little bit more. We can see some blue spots up here in the sky at this point. So the clouds are... Yes. What do you mean by that? Oh, the circle, exactly. On the live stream, you see this little pip, but the circle, that is basically my view. That's everybody being parked out here, tents, everybody's set up, everybody's waiting for the Starship to launch, and we're right at the exclusion zone. And I still can't believe that SpaceX is even making this possible. At the Cape, for who's ever visited, Nathan lives out there, same as I do, and he's not on the stream right now, but he was just like going like this. There he is. Hey Nathan, say something to the crowd. Isn't it amazing that we are able to just get that close to a Starship?
It is, yeah. I can't wait till they're out here and I can just look out my window to watch the launch.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's
I'm jealous.
I bet you are. But we have a deal. IFT4, you're going to be here with us.
Yep.
So that's a benefit of being on the Y team. If you actually help us do all this, sometimes you get to join us on these crazy things. And Nathan is the new guy. He's doing an amazing job. He's one of two script writers that we have. He's also hosting live streams. You might have seen him on recent streams. He's done the Starliner stream. I'm still worried about the astronauts in the capsule. I don't have the latest info. I heard something about critical helium leaks again, and I'm just crossing my fingers for them.
And I could give a quick update on that if you'd like.
Do that.
Because I've been researching it. So the last information I know is, so they had a helium leak on the ground due to a faulty O-ring. They knew about that. Yes. They calculated that the levels were still in a safe range, even if the O-ring that was malfunctioning just wasn't even there. So they decided to launch with that anyways. But once they got into orbit, they found two more leaks, which means either it was a faulty design or the entire batch of O-rings was bad and they just didn't catch it. So that is in the propulsion system. They've troubleshooted some ways around it. There is also the problem of they found that there is a failure scenario where if they lose a certain number of thrusters, then they might not be able to deorbit properly, but they are working around a solution for that as well. And it doesn't seem like the helium leak is going to affect that, but yeah, it's a little stressful, but it seems like so far everybody's calm. Like they didn't even end up waking up the astronauts from their sleep cycle for it. So they found some workarounds to stop the two new helium leaks. But yeah, it's that's the latest news. So
I'm just hoping that they're going to bring them back down safely. That's all I'm hoping for now, because Butch and Sunny are great astronauts and great people, and fingers crossed. They are on the Starliner now, and there is no way out, and so now they have to work the problems. And the crazy thing about it is that even though there are so many problems with Starliner, there are some insanely talented people working all this. It's not it's like these are seasoned people who know exactly what they're doing. So
Yeah.
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for them. They're up there right now. Mine is. Give me just a second. I'm trying to focus this. The problem is that the preview window is so small.
Yeah.
So this is out and this is in. All right, I'll leave it like this. Okay.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yes, you're welcome. It's insanely hard for me to focus my lens because the preview window I have here is like very, very small, but it kind of looks good right now. Okay, so for everybody who's just joined us, go away. No, you can't be on stream.
Well,
okay,
the people who joined us don't go away, but the bugs for him go away.
Yes, hopefully. For everybody who's just joined us on the stream, we're out here to watch IFT4. Actually, not IFT4 because SpaceX is not calling it IFT4 IFT anymore. They're calling it test flight, and it confuses the heck out of us because we need some sort of name. And SpaceX is known for this. They don't have the livery on the ship either. I would have loved to see S29 on the ship, but that might just be because they didn't have the time or something. And I'm pretty sure they're going to hopefully bring that back again. So we're here to watch flight number 4 of Starship. The first 3 flights were incremental improvements, so they've made steps forward each time. The plan for this time is for the upper stage, for the Starship, for that thing that is commonly known as the Starship, but it actually is the ship internally at SpaceX. So the nomenclature is kind of a little bit confusing. Let's just call it the second stage. So the thing with the flaps. This thing.
Flappy thing.
This thing, why am I not using these? This thing is the upper stage, and it is supposed to survive peak heating during re-entry, meaning the thing is going to try to re-enter the atmosphere with its awesome looking heat shield. I was out there at the pad yesterday. It's by far the best looking heat shield I've seen from SpaceX so far. So they've put a lot of effort into this, and it is supposed to survive peak re-entry heating, meaning they want to push it through the plasma and see if it comes out on the other side, and if it does, collect as much data as you can, and then land it out in the Indian Ocean, crash it in the water basically. But that they do want to do a flip maneuver, which is another addition from all the other launches before. On flight number 3, it was supposed to just crash into the ocean. This time it's actually supposed to flip, light its engines, and try to do a soft landing in the ocean. The same goes for the booster. It's supposed to come back, do a return burn, and land downrange 35 miles from where I'm sitting out in the ocean in that direction over there. And it's supposed to simulate a catch attempt on a tower. Of course, SpaceX doesn't have a tower out in the ocean, so it is going to land on a simulated virtual tower. So the booster is going to think that there is a tower there, that there are chopsticks, and that it is safe, even though it totally isn't. And well, it's kind of mean towards the booster, but that's how it goes. They need the data, and they don't want to aim it for the pad because they've never done this before with a super heavy booster. They've done this before with Falcon 9 boosters, but they are radically different from a super heavy. Even though it kind of looks the same from the outside, it technically is a whole different beast. And so they decided to test it out on a virtual tower out in the ocean, and if it performs that, we might be in for a booster catch on IFT5, which would be outright insane. I'll be out here to watch that. And another interesting thing you can at least pay close attention to, we're going to try to give you a live feed of it as well. Have they begun fueling? No, they're chilling the lines right now, right? So the vapor that you see from the tower and the OLM itself right now is that they are chilling the lines to cool them down to sub temperatures to not make them crack. It's kind of the same thing as that they do with the engines as well. The famous engine chill. They do the same with the fuel lines as well. It's the fuel line chill, and you do this to gradually lower the temperature of all the equipment that you need to fuel the Starship down to the temperature of the cryogenic fuel. So that's what they're doing there right now. Have I missed anything, Nathan?
Not that I'm aware of. I've been watching pretty close.
Okay.
We're down to T-minus an hour and 10 minutes, so
yes.
Yeah.
Can we get a small hype train going in the chat? That's the biggest question I have.
Let's do this.
Do you know the tradition? We have a tradition at What About It to type hype into the chat. I'm going to try to do that here as well, but I'm having a hard time seeing the chat right now, so give me a second. Thank you. So what you do in the chat to get the hype train started is you type this here into the chat, and you see if somebody responds. It's I'm in Joey's account, so Astro Rody is me.
Oh.
So we are like, there goes the hype train. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. Like, subscribe, send us a super chat if you have the money. It funds our crazy hobby. Everybody you see working here, Nathan, Jonathan in the background, Joey, all the people, John, our incredible photographer, everybody on this team is being funded by you guys. So thank you so much for enabling us to do this.
You.
Huge shout out to Keith and Noah from Raptor Roost. They've organized this entire party. If you want to come and wave to the camera, Keith, I'm pretty sure everybody would be honored.
What?
Here, look at this thing. Come over here. He's the owner of Raptor Roost. He's here. Here he is coming right now with the orange shirt. Wave to everybody. He's the reason why we're able to do this. So Raptor Roost, www.raptorroost.com is the website with one R in the middle. These guys are absolutely amazing. We have everybody camping out here and enjoying the show, waiting for SpaceX to start fueling the rocket. There he is right now. That's Keith. Noah is somewhere on the premises. Everybody's organizing and doing things, and everybody's enjoying. And we are so happy to be part of this and be here. And this is just the craziest community I've witnessed in my life. So raptorroost.com, check it out. And if you can ever witness a rocket launch on site, a Starship launch on site, this is the place to go. We're right at the edge of the exclusion zone. The community is absolutely amazing. We have everything you need. We have toilets and food. That's all a rocket enthusiast needs to wait for a Starship. And it's just absolutely incredible to be out here. I'm going to try to answer a few more questions. Martin Cohen, thank you so much for the super chat. Greetings from Maryland. Thanks for your work. Greatly appreciated. One of my best friends is from Maryland. Thank you so much for joining us in the stream tonight. Today, actually, the sun is coming up. Marcus Scalabrin, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to butcher your name. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Channel members are what fund this. Super chats are what fund this. Support us as much as you can. We don't all the levels that you'll find on our channel memberships and patronships are just for you to decide how much you want to give. Everybody gets the same content and access, because there are people out there that just don't have the money. So we decided against doing different access levels. It doesn't matter what level you get onto, you'll get the same access as everybody else. Roger Rutishauser, thank you so much for the super chat. A thumbs up. Thank you. I'm trying to move this over. Give me a second. Victor Thaddeus Pereira Alvaranga. I am so sorry for saying your name wrong. Thank you so much for the super chat. Another Brazilian here. I watched all Starship flights with you. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Fingers crossed. This thing actually might launch today. They are already chilling the fuel lines. As you can see in the live feed, you see the vapor coming out of the OLM. That is the stool below the Starship, and the tower itself. They are both venting right now, and I can see it with the naked eye from here, and this is so crazy. I am hoping that this thing is going to launch. I haven't had much sleep in the past 3 days. I'm swarmed with mosquitoes. I'm covered with 5 layers of anti-mosquito repellents here, but this doesn't matter because the Starship is 3 miles away from us, and it might launch today. So that is it. Matej Kaliski, thank you for becoming a member. Ken Rolson, thank you for becoming a member. Rennie Aby, thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. This is what fuels all of what we're doing here. Davina McClung, thank you so much for becoming a member. Do not forget to install Discord. If you don't know it, go to discord.com, I think it is. Download the program. And if you become a YouTube member, you have to go into your Discord account settings. Inside the app, there are account settings. You go in there and you link your YouTube account inside your Discord app, and the What About It Discord is going to appear, and I can't wait to chat with you. Thank you so much for joining as a member. Michael Helms, been a member for 2 months, sending a generous super chat. Thank you so much. Felix, you are awesome coverage as always. You set the standards for all webcasting. Thank you so much. It's not just me, though. There is an entire team working behind the scenes. I could not do this alone. I will visit you in Boca Chica when the mosquitoes are not so bad. They always are, dude. There's no, like, I've been down here many, many times, and I've not had a day where there weren't any mosquitoes. So come visit us with a lot of mosquito repellent. It is actually worth it. It really is. Even if you are being swarmed by mosquitoes, it is still worth it. It really is. Trust me. It's what SpaceX is doing out here is absolutely incredible. It's not comparable to any other rocket. There are all sorts of different rockets out there, but Starship is busting the scale, and it's just very much worth seeing this with your own eyes. And right now, everything is still open out here. We don't know how much longer SpaceX is going to keep everything open out here. They are closing down roads more and more. Rocket Garden, you can't walk down there anymore, and Massey's might happen, well, as soon at some point as well. So if you want to visit now. Make it happen before IFT4 maybe, or something like that. It is very, very much worth it. It is really, really worth it. Even if you're from Japan, get a flight ticket, come down here. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. Josef Lang, thank you so much for the super chat. Have a Franziskaner on me. Franziskaner is one of my favorite German beers. Thank you very much. I will try to, I have, like yesterday, a channel supporter, somebody who's been following me for 4 years, I think. Fueling is go. Fueling is go. I've just
Nice.
saw the message pop up. So we are fueling the Starship. Yesterday I got a Heineken from somebody. If you are watching, he's somewhere down in the crowd. If you're watching, thank you so much for the Heineken. It helped me very much sleep a little bit. We are 3.5 miles away from a Starship that is about to be fueled. I can't believe it, and I hope you can't either. We're going to see flight number 4 today. We're going to try to live stream this as much as we can to everybody. What you're looking at right now, I think, is the camera. Is this the camera feed from the Black Magic, or is it the camera feed from Lone Palm?
This
that
is
up there?
Lone Palm. Lone Palm
This
camera
Lone
feed.
Palm. Lone Palm is our camera out in the dunes. Is 1.2 miles away from the rocket right now, so it's giving us a good view. You see it from the side there, so we should see the frost line appearing soon. I've just got the message that fueling is go, so we are proceeding. The launch time, the estimated launch time right now is 7:50 local time, Central Standard Time, which isn't too far away anymore. We're at 7:48 right now, so we're 1 hour and 2 minutes away from launch. Excuse me?
It's about an hour, I was about to say.
It's about an hour, exactly. And if SpaceX proceeds with this, we are going to be, you can see a Felix jump around when that thing lights up. That if you're interested in seeing that, please stay tuned. I'm going to answer as many questions as I can until then. Thank you so much for liking, subscribing, for sending super chats, for becoming a member. Even the likes are what keeps us going, because they tell the algorithm that you enjoy what we're doing, and it's going to share it to more people. So if you haven't done that yet, like, subscribe, consider becoming a channel member, consider becoming a patron, consider buying our absolutely epic and amazing IFT4, or actually FT4 launch t-shirt. It is on sale right now in our store, 20% off. The link should be in the description of this stream or any other video that we've published on YouTube so far. It says US merch store. The European merch store, I don't know if our sale, the 20% off, is in the European merch store as well. Please do check though. It is definitely in the US merch store. It's 20% off on everything, not just on this shirt. Alex from our team designed this. Alex, if you're watching, huge shout out to you. I'm the biggest fan of this shirt. It is beautiful. I have another one here that I can change into after a very sweaty launch. And we're in for a ride here. I have had hardly any sleep in the past 3 days. I think in the past 3 days, I slept a combined 8 hours or something like that. So I'm running on fumes here, but SpaceX keeps us going, and it is just absolutely amazing. There's people walking around with the Flight Test 4 shirt down there, and that's what keeps us going. We have so many people from the What About It community out in the location, because I've been shouting for this, that we would be doing a huge after launch party as well, which is kind of a tradition. I've done this many times before, but I've never done it publicly. Last time I did this, I tweeted the address of the place that we stayed at in Brownsville. I just tweeted it, and until like 150 people showed up, and then I deleted the tweet, and it was an amazing party. This time we did this a little bit more organized. So if you are either already signed up for the after launch party, we're going to start this as soon as the roads open up again. If you're not yet, you might get lucky by just showing up, but I can't promise you, because we'll have a lot of people. A lot of you guys decided to party with us after the launch, so thank you so much for that as well. I can't tell you how fortunate we feel, the entire team feels, to be able to do this for you guys. Nathan, Jonathan, actually, Jonathan is on screen right now. Jonathan, what do you say? What's your comment of the day about what SpaceX is doing out there?
Hype.
Yes.
I mean, there's not much you can say. It's just crazy, and
It's
I'm so
insane.
looking forward to this. And I just hope they're gonna go today.
I hope so too. I'm actually going to try to set my camera so that I can stand. If you give me just a second, Jonathan, keep the people busy, and I'm going to try to to raise this camera real quick. I'm going to mute my microphone so that you can hear my.
Yeah, so while Felix is busy, we can just take a look at the pre-launch timeline we have on screen again. So as we are go for propellant loading right now, we should expect that to start at about 50 minutes before liftoff. And it's actually going to start with the oxidizer, so liquid oxygen first, and after that we're going to load the methane. And the Starship is going to start loading a bit earlier than the Super Heavy booster. Yeah, we can expect the propellant loading on Starship, the oxidizer loading, sorry, at 49 minutes before T0.
Okay, so I'm still aiming the camera a little bit here, but I want to see the Starship because I'm actually out here on location. We're right outside the exclusion zone, so I want to be able to stand. So this is my standing position, and I can't wait for this thing to launch. It's right out there in the distance. It's a very hazy view because we still have a lot of moisture.
I can put up the view real quick.
Yes, because we have a lot of moisture in the air still, but it's getting there, and SpaceX is already fueling the Starship. I don't know if we can we actually see frost lines? I think not yet. Yeah, I'm juggling all sorts of different monitors here right now, and I'm trying to answer super chats and all this stuff at the same time. Give me a second. I can actually take the tablet up here real quick and keep doing questions. Look at this. I'm such a pro with this, as if I've done this before. Michael Taylor, thank you so much for your super chat. This is so much appreciated. This is what keeps this going. Jens Jorgens, thank you so much for becoming a member. Heller Art, thank you so much for becoming a member. Rennie Abe, I'm sorry if I butchered the name. Thank you so much for this for becoming a member. Albert Bishop, members. You've been a member for a year now. Thank you so much for joining in today, for enjoying the show with us. Josef Lang, thank you so much for this. Oh, that was the Franciscana. I've already done this. I'm going to really, really try to get a Franciscana, but out here in Boca Chica, that stuff is rare. Zoya Teja, thank you so much for the super chat. I love it the way don't change. I'm not intending to. I uploaded my first video on YouTube 5 years ago, and I was this guy watching Tim Dodd and everybody else, same as you do. But I found that there wasn't that much content about Starbase at the time. NASA Space Flight hadn't really started yet, and everything else that was out there was it was not enough for me. I was constantly searching for more information, and so I decided to upload a video, and that's the only thing that sets me apart from everybody watching the stream right now. So I'll never change, and I don't intend to. Thank you so much for tuning in. Louis Neves, thank you so much for the membership. Thomas Titansky, thank you so much for the membership. It's Nev, thank you so much for the membership. Brian Glancy, thank you so much for the membership. There are so many people that became members. Dr. Fire Chief, thank you so much for the membership. David Nantel, thank you so much for the super chat. This is what keeps this going, so it is very, very much appreciated from the entire team. Josh Jones, thank you so much for the super chat. Felix Urok, I'm really bummed out that I'll probably have watched the launch on my lunch break because I'm at work today and I can't watch it live. Oh wow, look at the sun. Look at the sun. I'm hoping you're going to have an epic lunch break. Even if you watch the replay of this, it is very, very much worth it. Of course, we're going to do an analysis of what we're hoping to see today as quick as possible, so you can watch that as well at the usual location on our channel. Thank you so much for the super chat. Starship Watcher, G-Dub, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. and you've upgraded your membership as well. Bert Phillips, thank you so much for the membership. Stefan Dupreez, thank you so much for the super chat. Hello from South Africa. Thank you for bringing the live launch action and excitement into our homes with so much professionalism. Thank you so much for pointing out professionalism. I'm being swarmed by mosquitoes right now, standing out here at the edge of the exclusion zone. It is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. We're trying to be as professional as we can, but at the same time, we're those goofy guys who love what SpaceX is doing out here. So we're here for the same reason you are. Trust me. Thank you so much. Focus is off again. Okay, I'm going to try to focus this because I changed the distance to the lens, but it is really hard for me to actually. Okay, so then I'm not going to touch this because it's really hard for me to see the preview window. This should be good. Thank you. I just got a copy from my daughter. This is getting better and better. David Barb, thank you so much for the super chat from Jerusalem. Thank you, Felix, and all the Y team. Thank you for mentioning the Y team because it's not just me. There's an entire team of people behind the scenes, not often in front of the camera. Nathan and Jonathan, you've seen in front of the camera as well, but not often. Just because you see me most of the time, it doesn't mean I do all the work. I really don't, and I could never do this without this team. So thank you for mentioning the team. We have Mark Davis. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We have the Sly Man. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We have Pat Jameson. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Man, I'm so looking forward to seeing you all on the Discord server. If you become a member on our YouTube channel, you go into your Discord app and you link your YouTube account, and then our Discord server pops up, and I'm in there, and the rest of the team is as well, and we're looking forward to meeting you. Kirby, thank you so much for the super chat. Nathan, does Felix ever let you talk? Good to see you guys. Good one, thanks. Nathan, maybe you want to answer that yourself, Nathan. Aw, Nathan was muted. See, even if he wants to talk, I'm not going to let him. That's just how that is. He's laughing right now, though. Yeah, I'm waiting for a frost line to appear. Let me just real quick dive under the camera here. I still can't see a frost line, so we're still waiting. I'm pretty sure SpaceX is already fueling, but I can't see anything on our camera yet. We're of course going to show SpaceX's. Excuse me. Fueling should begin any second now. Exactly. They pre-chilled the lines and everything is looking good. So fueling should begin shortly. It'll look like a normal wet dress rehearsal basically, but at the end, you're going to see the ignition of some really, really hungry Raptor engines. 33 of them to be precise, double the thrust of a Saturn V. I think even a little bit more than double the thrust of a Saturn V. So this is it's SpaceX is busting the scale with Starship. It's absolutely amazing to see what they're doing out here. I'm rooting for the entire team at SpaceX. So if somebody from SpaceX is watching our stream, thank you so much, guys, for doing this. Thank you for sweating out there, for welding starships, for being eaten alive by mosquitoes out here. It's insane. The working conditions aren't easy, and they're building something that might get us to Mars. So you guys are all our heroes. Professor Whoopi, thank you so much for the super chat. Love you guys. We love you too. Thank you so much for keeping this bandwagon going. If you haven't done so yet, like, subscribe, consider becoming a channel member, consider sending us a super chat, gifting memberships to other people if you're already a member. This is the stuff that keeps this going. This is the stuff that makes us crazy people come down here and broadcast Starship launches for you. So thank you so much for doing this for us. Mark Davis upgraded the membership to improvement. Thank you so much. For everybody considering upgrading their memberships, you're not going to get more. You know why? Because everybody gets the same. You're just deciding how much you want to give us to support, but everybody gets the same. So thank you so much for, even though not getting more, doing this. Mark, you rock. Mozzie Quoto gifted 20 What About It memberships. Thank you so much. And congratulations to everybody who just became a member. Our goal, our insane goal, I know, is to try to get to 469,000 subscribers today. So if you haven't subscribed yet, push us that one subscription further. It is very much appreciated. We are out here with I need to shout this out again. If you are looking for a good weather app, don't look any further. Go into your app store on your phone and look up My Radar. They have let us drive their Cybertruck. Look at this stuff. They have let us drive their Cybertruck out to Starbase just because they found it cool to sit me into one of those. And I enjoyed it very much. And I've been using, I'm a paramotor pilot. So I'm one of these crazy people who have a propeller in the back and then try to fly with a towel above their head, kind of. So I've been using My Radar for 10 years now. This is more of a friendship than an actual sponsorship. Thank you so much, My Radar. They are by far the best weather app out there. So check them out if you don't know them yet. So Mozo gifted the memberships. This is just insane. Thank you so much. We have Dan Ribar. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, come to Venice, Florida, and I'll buy you a coffee. Venice is not too far away from me. I might actually. The problem is I'm constantly working because SpaceX is so quick. The more they do, the more I want to research and want to bring it out to you guys. So right now, SpaceX is keeping me so insanely busy that I have hardly any time off. And so I have unfortunately not explored much of Florida yet, but I intend to at least at some point. So thank you so much for the invitation and for the coffee. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have Dr. Fire Chief. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, I've been watching you for years. I live up near Austin, Texas. Can't wait to come down to Raptor Roost next launch to hang out. By the way, a fan blowing on you helps with the bugs. Thank you for the idea. We're all busy up here. You should see what is happening here behind me and everywhere around me. Everybody's out at the fence already, waiting for SpaceX to light the candle. The spirit here is high. The What About It flag is waving above Raptor Roost. Huge shout out again to Raptor Roost. These guys are rocking it. It is just insane. Thank you. And yes, do so for IFT5. Come down here and I'll shake your hand. Promise on that. Kirby, thank you so much for the super chat. Nathan, good for you. Felix ain't easy. What's up with that? Thank you so much for the super chat. Nathan is smiling, that's for sure. Patrick R, new member, thank you so much. We have Space Nerd. Thank you so much for the super chat. By the way, if you want to ask me a question, we have plenty of people in the chat, of course, right now. So a good way to boost that question up so that I can actually answer it before the rocket launches is by doing a super chat. It doesn't matter how much it is. It'll push us further. It'll fund our hobby, and it'll ensure that I can actually answer your question. So keep that in mind. Space Nerd, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's do this. I love all of you guys so much. Godspeed, Ship 29 and Booster 11. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you. I love you guys as well. Cisco, thank you so much for the super chat. Hype. Oh man, I'm just like, is this real? Please, somebody pinch me. I'm standing here 3.5 miles away from the rocket. I can see it out in the distance, and then it's getting clearer and clearer as well. The gaps between the clouds. I don't know if they're getting more often. I hope so. But I talked to two meteorologists yesterday, actually from my radar, who are out here, and they didn't even know I was down here. And then they saw me tweeting a picture of the my radar Cybertruck, and so we met up. And they told me that towards the end of the launch window, the clouds should almost be gone. But right now, there are still very much some clouds, but we've got a view of the rocket, and that's what counts the most anyway. Because once the rocket is airborne, normally SpaceX has the way better feed of the camera anyway, so we plan on showing that as well. Starship Watcher G-Dub, thank you so much for the super chat, and he's got a good question. I know you mentioned it earlier, but missed it. Why did they leave some tiles off the heat shield? So there are two heat tiles missing on the Starship, as far as I know right now, and they're both in the around the engine section of the upper stage. Give me a second. I'm going to get a model. Actually, I'm going to show Pedro's model here. Pedro gifted me a Starship, so thank you so much, Pedro. Huge shout out to you. This is the engine section of the Starship down here. There's the engines, and this is the engine section. And this skirt ring down here is basically an empty ring. I don't know if you can see this here, but it looks exactly the same on the Starship itself. It's just there to give an aerodynamic surface to cover the engines with a heat shield for re-entry and all this kind of stuff. And so there are two heat tiles about down there that are missing on the Starship right now as it is fully stacked and getting ready to be fueled. And the reason for that is that, I mean, it's not official, but I'm like 110% sure at this point, because they didn't miss two tiles. Like, they've checked this Starship over and over, and these two tiles are very, very visible. So they didn't just miss them or weren't able to attach tiles or didn't have enough tiles. You can rule all that stuff out. So the only thing that is possible, in my opinion, is that they left them out deliberately because they want to get some data on what happens if there are tiles missing. If you deliberately leave two tiles out in a spot where it is not tragically terrible if there are two tiles missing at the engine skirt, you'll get data on what this does to the Starship. So that's why they're missing. I'm like 110% sure about that, even though it's not an official thing.
There is also something else that supports that, and that's that thanks to our photographer John, we actually got some really close-up images, and it's actually not just two tiles. So they do have the two tiles, and what we did notice about them is they seem to be placed in very specific spots. It's like they're not quite next to each other, but they're far enough away to where they could still test it with different temperatures, because depending on where the tile is, it might be different temperatures. But as Felix mentioned, they're in a spot where even if something did go wrong and they burn through, then it should be fine. They might melt the engines a little bit, but you know, their goal, it's like if they do the flip and landing burn, then that would be awesome. But the goal,
and you don't need the outer vacuum engines for the flip either. So
exactly,
it like the inner engines are very, very likely not even at danger with these two tiles missing. So that's the one spot, because anything further up, let me get the Starship out again, anything further up than the engine skirt would be a critical spot, because all this is tanks. Like, actually all this is tanks, and all this up here is payload bay, and all this up here is tanks again. And you really don't want to have any heat entering this part of the Starship. But down here, it's the least important part. And so that's why they left these tiles out. So that's a test. It's a very interesting thing to see. And so to give it a little update for everybody you might have just joined us, we are preparing to see Starship Flight number 4. We are stationed 3.5 miles away from the Starship itself. I can see it out there in the distance with the naked eye, and I'm so looking forward to this. You can barely imagine. We're right at the edge of the exclusion zone, and SpaceX's plan today is to launch Ship 29 atop Booster 11 up to space. Booster 11 is supposed to flip around and come back down and land offshore 35 miles off the coast in the Gulf of Mexico and do a simulated landing. So the booster is going to think that there is a tower out there where there actually isn't, and SpaceX is going to collect data and see if it actually would have been able to land on a tower. At the same time, the Starship is going to coast further through space and then going to re-enter so that it can land in the Indian Ocean, and that's the difference to T3 there as well. It's actually going to try to land, so it's going to flip ignite its engines and try to do a soft touchdown above the water. The hottest point, and SpaceX is trying to survive that point. Nathan, could you take over for a second?
Yes. It does look like on our live stream our camera's cut out though. I don't know if it's catching up, but okay. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Oh, it seems like we're back now. Okay. So yeah. Also, so for I was trying to get to it earlier, but I kind of got sidetracked. It tends to happen a bit. But so there are the two missing tiles at the skirt, but there is also a third one that appears to be either the tile is thinner or they left off protective covering under it. So as Felix had mentioned earlier, Musk announced that essentially Starship isn't quite as heat resistant as we thought without the tiles. So we assumed that it might be able to lose like a couple because the stainless steel has a fair bit of a higher melting temperature than aluminum, which is what the space shuttle was made out of, and a lot of rockets. But aluminum has a much lower melting temperature, where stainless steel has a much higher melting temperature. So we kind of assumed that it might be able to survive heating a bit more. But they're using this as essentially a test to verify it, because Musk announced that even if they lost one tile, that could be a mission ender. So they're using this to test essentially like how thick the tiles need to be, or essentially if they can lose any. So they do have some different variations on it. Maybe because they might end up. So one of our theories is that the thinner looking tile could just be. It could be a thinner tile, of course, but it could also be that they took away the mat under it to try and reduce weight. They're basically just testing as much stuff as they can. But yeah, it does look like fueling is now underway as well. So we should start to see a frost line form. Okay, and it looks like SpaceX's live stream has gone up. Okay. So yeah. So SpaceX's
I'm
live
kind
stream
of
looks
back.
like it's going up. Okay. Felix says he's now
Yeah, my
kind of
voice just went away a little bit. That's like when you talk that much, sometimes that happens. So I'm going to try to speak a little slower and drink a little bit more water, and that should fix the problem. So we have a helicopter landed. The Coast Guard helicopter landed at the production site. I'm wondering why. And we're trying to decipher the clues here. Is SpaceX going live?
Yes, SpaceX is now live.
Okay, let's try to get that feed up. That would be interesting, because then we're going to get a commentary, and that'll give us some inside information from directly from SpaceX. We have the Starship Watcher G-Dubbed. Thank you so much for the super chat. I know you mentioned it earlier. Oh, that was the question about the heat tiles. We had that. So that was a good question. Mark Renton, thank you so much for the super chat. Grüße aus Deutschland, Grüße an Keith und Calvin. Beim nächsten Mal bin ich mit auf der Ranch. So Calvin is from Basecamp Zero. He's another extremely nice guy who's helping so much. And if you're ever down here at Starbase, give him a visit. He basically lives next to the Starship, which is a totally crazy thing to do. He knows everybody around here. He does a lot of outreach with children and all that kind of stuff. Look at that. Look at that. We'll get it muted for now, but SpaceX is preparing to go live, so that's a really, really good sign. They're not just pushing it with a tweet or with an X post. It's not called a tweet anymore. But they are actually planning to go live, which is another really, really good sign. I still can't see a frost line. Oh yeah, I do. I see a frost line now. Absolutely. Yes. Okay, so this is excellent. They are starting to fuel the Starship. The fueling process is going to lead up all the way to T minus. Does anybody have the number? I don't have it on my screen right now. T minus 3 minutes. They're going to fuel until T minus 3 minutes. They do this because it's super cooled cryogenic fuel. They cool this down as much as they can. My wife is walking down there, so hi, honey, I love you. Yeah. Okay, so I just said that they are super cooling the propellant to get it even denser, to get even more of it into the tanks, because the Starship is massive and is heavy, and the more fuel you can put into it, the more delta V it can produce going up into space, of course. And so that's why they time the fueling so close to the actual ignition time. 3 minutes before they ignite the engines, they're done with the fueling. So there you are. You want to show yourself real quick? No, she doesn't. Okay, that's perfectly understandable. She's had a rough time, same as I did. I love you. There she was. So thank you very much, Mark, for the super chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta organize myself. Okay, so that was the Kelvin super chat. Angel 1066. Thank you so much for becoming a member. If you have good questions, shoot them out with a super chat. I'm going to try to answer as many of these as I can as we go along and proceed towards the actual launch time, which is right now at 7:50, which puts us 43 minutes out. 33 minutes out. 33 minutes out. It's crazy. We're already half an hour away from flight number 4. We're 3.5 miles away, just at the edge of the exclusion zone. This should shake our chests and our cameras. So when you see the picture starting to shake, that's when the noise comes in. We are very, very close to this. Yes. We're going to get the SpaceX commentary in real quick.
Every flight gets us another step closer to a fully operational Starship. Starship is the most powerful vehicle ever developed and the first design of a rocket that is capable of making life multiplanetary.
Starship will allow us to land humans on the moon again after more than half a century, fly the heaviest payloads ever flown, and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before. Getting there will require us to fly frequently, which is why we're producing so fast. We already have hardware built and are preparing for our next several flights.
But the most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be fully and rapidly reusable, and of course, reliable. We've been designing from day one to realize a vision of having an entire city of people on Mars, something we know will take launching millions of pounds of cargo and equipment into space spread across thousands of launches.
The faster we can learn now, the faster we can improve and evolve Starship to achieve this vision. And that brings us to today's flight test, the fourth of many that will get us one step closer to Mars. But before we dive into the details of today's test, let's do a quick rewind and talk about our last integrated flight test, Flight 3. On March 14th, Starship successfully lifted off at 8:25 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas. It cleared the launch tower and went on to accomplish several major milestones and firsts. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and completed a full duration 2-minute and 41-second ascent burn.
Then we saw our second ever hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and then igniting the ship's 6 Raptors to create separation. Next, Super Heavy completed its flip maneuver and ignited the 13 center engines for the boostback burn to send it towards its splashdown point in the Gulf of Mexico. All 13 engines ran successfully until 6 engines began shutting down, triggering an early end to the boostback.
After descent, we attempted the first ever Super Heavy landing burn, which uses the same 13 center engines that we used on boostback. Since 6 of those experienced the early shutdown in the boostback burn, we attempted the landing burn with the remaining 7 Raptors, and 2 of those 7 reached main stage ignition. In the end, contact was lost with the booster at approximately 462 meters in altitude over the Gulf of Mexico, just under 7 minutes into the mission.
Post-flight data reviews showed that the early boostback burn shutoff was most likely caused by filter blockage where oxygen is supplied to the engines. We saw a similar issue on Flight 2 and had added hardware to mitigate it, which worked to get us to our first ever landing burn attempt.
Now for today's flight, we upgraded those filters further and made some additional hardware and software changes to increase our chances of igniting all 13 engines for the landing burn.
Crap.
As a
bring them up
result,
again.
the vehicle experienced some unplanned rolling. It still flew on the planned trajectory, but losing attitude control triggered the flight computer to skip a planned relight of a single Raptor engine while on orbit. And then the moment that we all had been looking forward to for so long, as you can see here, the ship's re-entry from space. This was the first time that we were able to get real live flight data
was a
on things like
mind-blowing
heating
moment.
and vehicle control during hypersonic re-entry, of which we will talk more about later.
Not having attitude control meant both protected and unprotected areas saw heating much higher than anticipated. But we were able to get live, high-definition views and real-time data during entry thanks to Starlink terminals on the ship, which itself was a widely successful test. This gave us confidence that we'll continue to get unparalleled insight into the ship's re-entry in order to rapidly improve.
And as they say, all good things must come to an end. And for Flight 3, this occurred when contact with the ship was lost at approximately 65 kilometers in altitude, roughly 50 minutes into the mission.
And it
After
was
reviewing
epic.
data from the flight, we found the most likely cause of the unplanned rolling seen during the ship coast phase and reentry phase was blockage of valves that help control the smaller attitude control thrusters.
We
Yes.
upgraded these to make them more resilient and added some additional thrusters for redundancy. Overall, we learned a tremendous amount from that last flight, and capping it off with those re-entry views was truly an exciting end to the mission.
Incredible.
So back to today's test. Today's mission profile is similar to Flight 3, but we have new test objectives, the first of which is getting through the extreme heat of re-entry. About 27 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. A little more than 2.5 minutes into flight, the Super Heavy booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation, meaning that it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster. The booster will perform a flip maneuver, followed by a boostback burn. About 2 seconds after that burn ends, we'll jettison the booster's hot stage. As it heads back to Earth, the booster will attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf.
Meanwhile, the ship's engines will remain lit for just under 6 minutes during its ascent before shutting down for the coast phase. The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, the ship will attempt a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. Now, we say attempting because, again, this is a test and nothing is guaranteed. As we mentioned earlier, the booster and the ship have to contend with some extreme conditions on re-entry.
For this flight test, we do not plan to recover any hardware from the booster or the ship. With the exception of Falcon, this is no different than what happens to most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after completing their mission. Eventually, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships as we do today with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters. And in fact, we've landed 316 Falcon boosters to date.
Even though recovery is not planned, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for.
Okay, let's mute them real quick for a second here. Monitor them, but I want to talk a little bit more here. So we are right now 25 minutes away from the launch. You can see a visible frost line, so they're well into fueling the booster and the ship. What we are expecting them to do is to launch this at 7:50. The weather is getting better and better and better. The cloud coverage is getting less and less crazy. The gaps between the clouds are getting more and more. So the weather is getting better. The haze is disappearing as well, as you can see on our camera. The picture is getting better and better, and on our own camera that you see below me here. We're here to watch flight number 4 of Starship. We've just heard Kay Tice give a really good recap of what the plan is for this flight. It is similar to the last flight with some very important changes. On the last flight, they had the problem that they couldn't control the attitude of the upper stage as it was in space, so it was tumbling around in space, kind of in a roll motion against its axis, and that, of course, made any hopes of it re-entering, destroyed any hopes of it re-entering, because if you can't control the roll of the Starship, you can't control which direction it enters it with facing forward. And this is the heat shield, and this is the part that you don't want to have the Starship enter with. And so they were just not able to aim the heat shield. Nothing really worked because of the missing roll authority. The booster itself had a massive clogging problem again, same as on every other flight, which shows you that it's a problem that they're trying to fix, but maybe this generation of hardware has trouble fixing that problem. So they've added extra hardware to get rid of the clogging problem, and we're going to see if that actually works today. And if it does, the booster is going to be able to do a return burn and landing burn out here in the ocean, 35 miles off the coast. We are 3.5 miles away from the Starship, and it's well into fueling, and it's so lovely to see what SpaceX is doing there. SpaceX's feed it's just insane right now. Look at this. They even have a graphic on the side where you can precisely see how much it is fueled. So thank you, SpaceX, for giving us all this data. If you have watched Starliner, for example, Nathan did a beautiful job streaming the Starliner launch, and they switched to animations. SpaceX doesn't do that. SpaceX has cameras all over the Starship and the booster, so you're in for a ride. If the connection, last time I had a mind blower moment on IFT4 when the plasma started forming on the Starship, and it was still transmitting. So we saw live for the first time in human history, I think, we saw a live feed of a spacecraft re-entering the atmosphere. So we are in for a really, really good ride here. If that works out the same again today, you are going to love this. If they are able to have the booster do its virtual landing on a virtual tower out at the sea, if they are able to do this, the plan seems to be to catch a booster on the next flight. So flight number 5 might see a booster return to the tower. There's one thing that we're still speculating on, because SpaceX will need to test if they can move Mechazilla, if they can operate Mechazilla just after launching a Starship out from it. So while the booster is trying to land on a virtual tower, I do think, it's just a theory, it's not confirmed by SpaceX, that there is a good chance that we're going to see some movement on the tower as well, trying to catch a virtual booster. They might even be able to relay some data from the booster to the tower and back to make an actual test. So they're going to be 35 miles apart, but they might be able to give them each other the data from each other, and then they can simulate as if it was landing on the tower. So keep a lookout for any sort of chopstick movement while the booster is trying to land out at sea. I'm really curious to see that. Other than that, there has been a lot of talk about missing heat tiles, because Ship 29's goal is to survive peak re-entry heating, meaning the Starship, while it re-enters the atmosphere, it heats up, and at some point there's a peak in that heat, and that is supposed to pass. That's the goal for the upper stage. And they have there are 2 tiles missing on the ship. These tiles are missing deliberately. There are sensors there. They're attached. It's a test to see what it actually does to the Starship if there are heat tiles missing. So the heat tiles that are missing are down at the engine section, down here, which basically is just an empty, of course it's not completely empty, it's a ring that surrounds the engines down here. And that is not a critical place. It's not good for the rocket either, but it's the least critical place where you could remove a tile and not cause severe damage to the rocket during re-entry. If you remove a tile on the flaps, you lose control authority. If you remove tiles up here, it's really, really bad, because as you can see in the live feed picture, that's where the tanks are. You see those white frost lines? That's where the fuel tanks are, so you don't want to miss any tiles here. And the nose cone as well, that's the payload bay, and up here you have header tanks that contain fuel as well, and that are needed for a landing burn of the Starship. So there's really just one spot where you can test this, and that's down here at the engine section. And so that's why SpaceX's Starship 29, which is stacked on top of Booster 11 out there, is missing these 2 tiles. It's not because SpaceX actually missed these tiles or didn't have enough tiles or whatever. There's a lot of speculation about that out there. So it's a deliberate test to test what happens when the Starship is missing heat tiles. We're hoping, because on flight number 1, 2, and 3, Starships lost tiles. On flight number 1, it lost so much tiles, so many tiles that people like Ron Hardrock, for example, he's kind of specialized in collecting heat tiles from starships by driving around with boats and picking them up on beaches. Actually, he files every hardware he finds with SpaceX, though, so he helps them a lot. He gave me 5 heat tiles. I have them in the studio, and but that was from Flight 1, because Flight 1 just basically shed half of its tiles while going up. It tells you a little bit about how far along SpaceX is in designing this heat shield. It is a very daunting task. In my opinion, it's the most difficult task they have right now, because that thing will need to work. So flight number 1 lost a lot of heat tiles. Flight number 2 lost a considerable amount less heat tiles, but still, flight number 3 lost a few heat tiles as well. Flight number 4's goal is to not lose heat tiles. So that is going to be really important. Pay close attention to that while the Starship is launching. Look at these pictures from SpaceX. I think we don't need to do that. Yes, no. Can you put SpaceX's audio up again, because they're talking about the re-entry right now, and that's going to be really valuable for the audience.
By absorbing and reflecting radio waves, leading to the communications blackout we've seen historically with spacecraft during atmospheric re-entry. With Starship, most of that plasma is built up around the front and sides of the vehicle, leaving an opening downstream where we're able to point our Starlink. And with Starlink also operating at a higher frequency than traditional space-based communications,
another 14 minutes
we're able to power through any residual plasma to provide real-time video and data at high speeds back to the ground.
Super cool. We actually got
that's
to see
what I was
this
talking
in
about
action
earlier.
on
These
Starship's
pictures.
last test.
It was completely crazy, and I would have not thought that is even possible. They were live streaming the re-entry of a rocket. It's like I've never seen anything like it. Thank you, Starlink team.
The heat shield in action. Now, the physics of re-entry are extremely hard to replicate perfectly on the ground, so access to this data is an invaluable tool for rapid iteration. In fact, one cool observation from that Flight 3 was seeing how shockwaves form at different.
Yeah, so another very important thing about this re-entry live stream is, of course, it was beautiful to look at, but it's not just beautiful to look at. It also means that SpaceX was able to transmit data back down from a vehicle that they lost afterwards. So they got the maximum possible amount of data out of that flight. And so that's why this stable connection for SpaceX, it is so extremely important, and it's such a huge step forward that they are able to stream through the re-entry with Starlink. So we've lost SpaceX there right now. Is it back? All right, let him talk. I can't hear them talk. Mm-hmm. We're working on troubleshooting that right now. SpaceX decided at some point to not stream on YouTube anymore. If anybody at SpaceX has authority to get the YouTube streams back, that would be very much appreciated. I do understand why they did this, because Elon Musk bought X, and it makes sense to push the platform. But the streams on YouTube were so nice. I'm still missing them. I'm still missing them. Yep, there you go.
That will make exploring the moon possible. One recent series of tests brought together the key pieces we'll see when landing back on the moon: Starship, spacesuits, and astronauts.
Together with Axiom and NASA, our teams put 2 astronauts in pressurized Axiom spacesuits and practiced the first steps of going to the lunar surface. The team used test builds of a Starship airlock, as you see there, and elevator to gather data on how well future Artemis astronauts will be able to move around once fully suited. Tests like this are incredibly helpful for engineers designing these systems, as they have the opportunity to get feedback directly from experienced astronauts Peggy Whitson, who is on the right of this photo, and Doug Wheelock, who's on the left.
Doug Wheelock, yeah.
You can
I
see
even
them
talked
in
to him about this
action
before.
during this elevator test.
Doug
SpaceX
Wheelock,
will
by the way,
perform
is
one
an
uncrewed
amazing
demonstration
astronaut.
flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. After those first expeditions, we'll be ready to fly more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. In many ways, Artemis feels like an extension of the human spaceflight work SpaceX and NASA have been partnering on for some time now. In fact, we just celebrated the anniversary of the Demo 2 mission.
That's right.
Yep.
Just 4 years ago, on May 30th, 2020,
Yeah,
SpaceX
now we have
launched
the Starlink
first
astronauts
crewed
up,
test flight
the
of our
Starliner
Crew
astronauts.
Dragon spacecraft. Dragon carried NASA astronauts Douglas Hurley and Robert Behnken to the International Space Station in the first crewed orbital spaceflight launched from the United States since the final space shuttle mission in 2011, and the first ever operated by a commercial provider. You can see Bob and Doug there on your screen. That was certainly a memorable day for all of us here at SpaceX, one that we fondly think back on. And it's exciting to think about Starship being the next to take its first astronauts to the moon. In tandem with Starship development, all of our operational human spaceflight missions are helping us prepare for those future trips to the moon. Our upcoming private astronaut mission, Polaris Dawn, you can see the crew there on your screen. They will play a big role in testing procedures that will be relevant to our moon and eventually Mars missions. We're looking forward to the third Polaris Dawn mission, which will be the first crewed Starship flight.
Yeah,
The
that's
Polaris
going to
Dawn
be something.
crew will attempt to reach the highest apogee ever flown by a spacecraft, and they'll also be performing a spacewalk, or extravehicular activity, wearing SpaceX's newly designed spacesuits. They'll also be testing space-based
Jared Isaacman and
communications,
his crew
which will
are
be
just
critical to future
such
deep space
troopers.
missions. The Polaris Dawn mission is currently targeted to launch no earlier than July of this year, so stay tuned, because that is going to be a very exciting mission to watch. In the meantime, at T-minus 12 minutes, let's check back in with Dan on today's countdown.
T-minus 12 minutes. Come on.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. Everything continues to go real smoothly. It's been a real quiet day so far. The board looks really clean, not tracking any impediments to a launch just under 12 minutes from now.
That's exactly
prop
what we
load's
want to hear.
continuing. Looking at the numbers real quick, we're about 85% full on the ship. We did pause to start filling those header tanks on ship. Again, those are the two smaller tanks in the very top of the nose cone that we're going to use for that attempted landing burn with ship. And with the booster, we're just at about 75, 76% or so on our methane and LOX, so getting pretty full there. Those are going to continue down to about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. That's when we'll close out all the prop on the ship. And then T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the booster. A lot of work also going on in the background. Our range safety teams working to make sure the area, not just around the pad, but in the sea space out in the Gulf, and also in the anticipated entry point in the Indian Ocean are clear. We're not tracking any blockers, any boats, anything like that in the zone right now, but their work literally continues right up until those last couple of minutes. So they're working pretty hard to make sure everything stays clear. But right now the range is green. I already talked about it in the beginning. It looks a little bit cloudy, but weather not a concern today. Really light winds. We only had about a 5% chance
The
of
weather is really
violation,
nice out here. I
when
can
we started
confirm
this
that.
morning,
The
and
winds
that's
have
held.
calmed down. The sun
So
is coming
everything
through the clouds
continuing
more
to
and
look
more.
really good for
It
launch
actually
so
looks
far.
absolutely beautiful right now.
The
You have
pad
these
itself is
God
getting
rays
ready.
coming through the clouds
Reminder
right now,
that
illuminating
we're going to light those engines about 4 minutes before it actually takes off.
surrounding
So you'll
the
see them
launch pad.
start
It's
the
just
33 engines
it
on
looks
super heavy start
incredible
to
from
light
out here.
prior to that T0, and then about 2 seconds after we'll start to see first motion. But everything looking great. Just coming up on 10 minutes until launch. Getting excited down here, ready to feel the rumble. I'll send it back to you guys over at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan.
We're coming up. There's 10
Teams are
minutes.
also
10
getting
minutes. 10 minutes,
excited here,
everybody.
at
Are you
SpaceX
hyped?
headquarters in
This
Hawthorne,
is absolutely
California.
incredible.
There is
SpaceX
a
is going
pretty
to
large
keep fueling
crowd
for another
now
7
gathering
minutes, roughly.
outside of Mission Control, located
I can
just
hardly
behind
see
Jesse
the Starship
and
right
I.
now, but that's
Now,
going to change as soon as
actually, you can see
it
it there on
ignites
your
its engines. The sun is hitting the haze. The perspective we have from here is just absolutely incredible. We're at the edge of the exclusion zone. For everybody who has just joined us, we are getting prepared to watch flight number 4 of Starship, Ship 29 and Booster 11. The goal is to survive peak
peak re-entry heating for the upper stage, and to do a soft landing in the ocean for the booster, possibly for the ship as well, but I wouldn't bet on it. Re-entry is a hard problem to solve. It's SpaceX's currently most difficult problem is to nail the construction of the heat shield, which has 18,000 heat tiles, I think. It's an insane amount of heat tiles, and all needs to be very, very precise. Silica foam is the only material that is available right now to produce heat tiles, and it's, if you know the history, it's had some problems on the space shuttle as well, and so it's a really difficult task to design the heat shield that covers the entire half of the upper stage. And the goal for today is to collect as much data as possible. Thanks to Starlink, which is attached to the Starship up here. This model doesn't have it, but on the real rocket, you'll see these black squares at the top of the nose cone. Those are the Starlink antennas, and they, on the last launch, enabled SpaceX to keep streaming data and picture feed through re-entry, which is, it looked absolutely stunning. I've never seen anything like it. It's the first in spaceflight history. There you can see an animation of the booster catch attempt, which is going to hopefully be on flight number 5 if everything works out this time.
Similar to real life. So while this is a rendering, we do know we can look forward to this in the future. Like I said, we're going to have 2 at Cape Canaveral in Florida and 2 located at Starbase. Starbase will continue to be used for flight tests, and the towers at the Cape will come online as we prepare to fly operational Starship missions. In fact, we recently upgraded the actuators in the chopsticks, which are responsible for swinging those arms in for a catch. And we'll be testing an operational step on this flight by moving the chopsticks to the catch position immediately after Starship flies away.
That's going to be really incredible to see.
Before SpaceX launches this rocket, I got to do a real quick shout out again. So first of all, My Radar sponsored us with a Cybertruck to ride down here. It's a huge shout out to My Radar. If you don't know them yet, they're basically the best weather app out there. The next shout out goes to Raptor Roost. Those are the guys hosting everything here. We're going to have a huge party after the launch. The location we're at right now is Raptor Roost, raptorroost.com. Check them out. Jax from Redline Helicopter Tours is in the air with John. They should be up in the air by now. They're going to try to get aerial footage of a Starship launch. We're going to see if that works out. Huge shout out to them. If you're ever at Starbase, the views you can get from that helicopter are absolutely incredible. Go check them out. Redline Helicopter Tours and on South Padre Island. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you so much for watching this with us. Like, subscribe, send us a super chat. Consider becoming a member. Consider buying our absolutely amazing Flight Test 4 shirt, and it's 20% off until the rocket launches. So you got another 10 minutes maybe. Thank you so much for doing this with us. It is so much appreciated. And we're counting down towards launch, which is supposed to be in 6 minutes from now. 6 minutes, everybody. So we have another 3 minutes, roughly. We have another 3 minutes for the fueling. The Starship is going to fuel until T-minus 3 minutes and 20. The booster is going to stop fueling at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds. At that point, the whole thing is filled up with something over 5,000 tons of cryogenic fuel. Which is then going to be blasted out to 33 Raptor engines below the entire stack. It takes 2 seconds for the Starship to actually lift off. So you'll see the ignition occur, and then you'll think, oh my God, why is this not taking off? And then there will be a sigh of relief, because it takes 2 seconds for the Starship to actually start moving upwards. Flight number 1, 2, and 3 saw something called the pad avoidance maneuver. That was the Starship immediately after liftoff, after any motion, it started sliding sideways, like so. To avoid the tower, to avoid crashing into the tower. I've heard that SpaceX has reduced this maneuver, so you're still going to see it, but likely later into the flight. So a few seconds after the actual liftoff, the Starship is going to start sliding. That is because the engines were blasting the orbital launch mount, which is directly under the rocket, because when the rocket starts sliding over to the side, the exhaust stream of the engines isn't centered above the OLM anymore. And that caused a huge problem, because it's the biggest giant blowtorch you can imagine. 33 Raptor engines at liftoff thrust are producing so much force and so much heat and so much so much brute attack at this OLM that they had problems refurbishing it. And the goal of Starship is to at some point be not just reusable, not just fully reusable, but rapidly reusable as well, meaning they want to launch 2 or 3 or 4 of them per day from the same launch mount. And to ensure that, they have changed the start sequence slightly so that pad avoidance maneuver should be less this time. I'm curious to see that. We're at, oh my God. Please do put up the SpaceX audio right now.
Wait for final checkouts or assess prop levels or avionics, vehicle pressurization, the range, the weather.
344.
Weather is 95% go, as you can see from these incredible drone views that we have and pad cams. It is a beautiful day. Of course, we have some clouds billowing from the locks there.
Yeah, and again, a reminder that the payload for this mission is data, and our primary goal is to get ship through the extreme heat of reentry today. We're very excited to see that. We did get very close on Flight 3, so I'm excited to see how these iterations that we've made to the vehicle will help improve our chances of success today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just as a reminder for the booster, now we are not attempting to recover any hardware today, either on ship or booster.
Okay, make me small.
For the booster,
make me small right now,
we will be
most
attempting to perform a landing burn to have a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. We made some improvements from our Flight 3 learnings, so hopefully that will work and we'll see a successful soft splashdown. For the ship, we're hoping to demonstrate controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, and that will be followed by splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That is the same target as we had on Flight 3, so everything should look pretty similar in that regard.
You see the countdown in the
and we just heard the call out there that all prop load is closed out, so at this point, there is like 10 million pounds of propellant on board Starship, which is incredible.
Everything's going
It's getting very exciting. We are just about 2 minutes away from T0.
Do we have any hold? Nothing. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Put up the SpaceX audio.
And as Jesse just said, we are under 2 minutes away. So prop load is complete. All the fill drain lines into ship and booster have closed. Right now we're doing the pushback, so clearing out all those ground lines of propellant. And that'll be completed over the next couple of seconds. We're coming up on that T-minus 40 mark. Again, not planning to hold. If we do, or if we get a hold after we pass it, we can snap back to that T-minus 40. And then we can stay there for about 30 minutes or so if any other issues, if any other issues crop up. Once we pass T-minus 40, a lot of things happen, both on the vehicle and the ground. It's running a lot of its own self-checkouts, venting different tanks and pressure lines throughout the vehicle. We essentially built that 40 seconds, as that's about how much time it takes for the vehicle to take all of those actions, which is why we hold there. But all of that happens automated. You do a final checkout of the TVC, the thrust vector control, how we're going to steer. And then we see liftoff. So we're under a minute away.
Yeah, I am. This was a siren going for the launch. 45 seconds.
45 seconds and counting.
Good event, game at.
All right, now as we close in,
yes,
we are past the 40-second mark. So let's listen in.
Come on.
Flight Director is
Ty Huntington's going to take us through one more time for a Starship liftoff.
There goes. We got ignition, everybody. We got ignition. Oh,
10, 9,
there it goes. 8, and we have liftoff. Starship Flight 4, blasting up into the sky above us. Oh, here comes the sound.
We have liftoff.
It is amazing. Okay. All
vehicle is pitching downrange.
It's so loud here right now. I'm sorry.
All right, 30 seconds into flight. The rumbles are still building here in the Raptor's nest. We're seeing 32 out of 33 engines lit on the Super Heavy right now.
There we go. There we go.
Coming up shortly is going to be max Q, that maximum
Starship.
aerodynamic pressure as we
One
go
engine
uphill
out.
on the vehicle.
There's one engine out. 32 should still be enough to get it to orbit, though. I don't know about the landing burn and the return burn of the booster.
All right, we just
It is
passed through
going.
max
It
Q,
is going.
so we're going to continue on up. We still have
What?
30 seconds until we get to stage separation. Starship
This is,
now flying
I've got
back
an
at the
amazing view.
speed of sound.
It looks like a clean ascent. We have one engine out, but it looks like a clean ascent. So let's keep on
All right, so
keep
you
watching
got a
this.
couple
Let's
of
keep
views.
watching
You got
this.
some ground trackers in your top camera there. You're looking down from the top of the booster in the bottom left, and then a camera in the top flap of the ship looking back in the bottom right. So getting a couple of different looks as
Okay.
Starship heads uphill.
We
Once
are
get
going.
the hot staging, a lot
We
of
are
things
going.
happen all at once
We are going.
simultaneously. We're going
Please
to
keep
light the
flying.
engines on the ship, starting with the RVACs first, and then the 3 center sea level engines before we're separated. All of that exhaust gets plumed out the side of the hot stage,
One
and
engine
then
is still
the
out.
ship will separate itself. All but the 3 center engines on the booster are going to shut down. So the booster never
everything
stops
besides
in
that one
thrust
engine
while we
out
go
looks
through
nominal,
this
though.
hot stage maneuver.
So let's keep watching this. I did not see any tiles fly off. That's a really good thing.
And then the ship will be on its own power on its way to space. So that should be coming up in just about 30 seconds from now. As of right now, still looking like
adjust my
32
camera
out
real
of
quick
33
here so that I can sit
Raptors
down and
lit
see the
on
stream.
the booster.
Because right now,
And we'll start to see
SpaceX's
those
view is more
stagger
important.
down. They're going to turn off in banks, so you'll see the lights on the bottom left screen of the engines that are active start to turn off in
It's
different
really hard to
groups.
say right
and
now.
You'll see those 3 center ones lit.
I'm watching the same feed you are too.
Booster engine cut off.
We've seen the same on flight number 3
Ship
though. The
ignition.
grid fins have moved.
Stage separation confirmed.
Boostback burn, start off.
Hot staging confirmed. There you go. Booster's
Acquisition
gone.
system.
Ship is continuing. We are on track to go to space. Look at those views.
Hot stage confirmed. Ship
Wow,
under
this looks
its
so
own power. Booster boosting back. Looks like all 13 are lit. Kate, we got a booster on the way back to the Gulf and a ship on the way to space.
We've got a booster going back.
Acquisition signal. Status.
No, 13 lit. 13 lit.
Ship chamber pressures are nominal.
Ship power and telemetry nominal.
All right, the first stage currently performing the boost back burn. This is expected to last a little over 1 minute. This propels the booster back toward the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see on your screen in the bottom left-hand corner, we were only using the 13 center engines from here on.
Boostback burn, shutdown.
Heard confirmation
trying to
there.
comment as
Good
good as I
boost
can.
back burn shutdown.
Stage 2 tank pressures are nominal.
Quick burn done. That was a perfect boost back burn. Yep, according to
Lots
timeline.
of excitement. So right here,
There is the hot stage. Look at this surreal view.
as we mentioned, this is a
This is
temporary
insane.
fix to help reduce the weight of the booster, the Super Heavy booster. Future iterations will have a lighter weight integrated hot stage structure that won't need to be jettisoned. Now, after we jettison that hot stage,
we're
the
not
booster
going to
will
see the
begin
booster
to
return from here, but
attempt its water landing
are
in the
looking.
Gulf.
We're watching with you.
The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, it will attempt a controlled reentry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn just before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. But as a reminder, we are not
Starship
attempting.
trajectory nominal.
Good news there. Trajectory is looking good for the ship,
Perfect.
which is on the right-hand side of your screen.
Passing 10,000 kilometers per hour, altitude 140 kilometers.
At this
Almost.
point in time, as you can see, we have no engines lit on the booster. It is coasting
I
back
can
toward,
still hear the rocket, by
Gulf
the way,
of
from down
Mexico
here. It
for
is
a
insanely
water
loud. It
landing
shook
and ship
everything.
under power of all 6 Raptor engines. There's 3 sea level, and 3 vacuum Raptor engines
can
that are
still
lit,
hear it.
as we can see on your screen.
That's all good.
These views have been looking incredible. Super Heavy has been performing beautifully today. And you can hear the crowd is very excited about it. As a reminder for Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown in the water. And we are just about
it might be
30 seconds
venting
away
extra
from that
because it was
landing
missing
burn,
one engine, so they might have some surplus fuel on there. So they're look at that view of the top dome. That's the top dome.
This is basically on
Top
top
dome
of the
booster,
Super Heavy
missing the hot
booster.
stage ring because they separated that, and now you're getting the look at these views. SpaceX. Yes, you can see the grid fin actuation. That's the view upwards. This looks insane. No, it looks like a condensate trail. No, it's not plasma. This is a condensate trail. This is a view upwards from.
We will be igniting 13 engines, and this is a great view. On your left-hand side is a view.
Look at the grid.
3 views from the booster, and your right-hand side a view from the ship. And you can see those grid fins on your left-hand screen.
Oh God! Oh God! Come on, do it! Do it! You can do it! Oh, something fell off. Yep, that was likely an engine going. Is it doing it? Is it doing it? Come on! Come on! Come on! It did it! We have touchdown of the booster in the Gulf of Mexico. We saw some parts falling off here, but this is more than I would have ever expected. So the booster has touchdown in the Gulf of Mexico. This is absolutely insane stuff, everybody. You are watching history made here. This is absolutely insane. I can see, this is so nice that I got I got a second stream up delayed so I can see it again. Look at this view. Holy cow. Yes, it doesn't look like the upper stage has lost any heat tiles, so fingers crossed on that. But the booster has just touched down in the Gulf of Mexico, 35 miles downrange. It's just this insane. Flight 4 is already further. Now we have to, the attitude looks good, like the control looks good. It doesn't rotate. That is very important. You see some venting down there, but that's good. This looks stable. The ship is under control. Okay, there you go, MECO. That's it. The ship is on nominal trajectory, and now we have to just.
What an incredible
Nominal orbit insertion.
Oh, there's great news there. The call out, we were hoping to hear amazing views once again from Starship. We have our second Starship in space.
They've made it into space and back down for the booster.
Starlink, which is on board the ship.
We've seen some stuff falling off the booster though on during the landing burn, so not everything was nominal, but it did its touchdown in the water.
I'm like still jumping.
They brought it back down.
Like, this whole building was going absolutely insane when we saw the booster hit the water. I mean, wow,
this is absolutely
congrats to everybody that's just been putting in insane amounts of hours and everything to make this thing.
Look at those views. Okay, so that's on the right. Now on the left, you have our view. This Lone Palm, our camera, 1.5 miles away from the pad. Everything looks exactly the same as when. Did we see any chopstick movement? Can we check that?
7:50 a.m. Only 9 minutes ago. How is it only
okay,
9 minutes?
We're trying to investigate if the tower
we saw
actually tried catching a virtual booster as well.
Raptor engines on Super Heavy make the ascent.
A tile went flying.
Successful cutoff, successful hot staging.
Okay, so we have a few tiles missing.
Powered it all the way into a nominal orbital trajectory, and we've already been getting some live views from the ship on board. After that, the booster was able to do its boost back burn. Oh, this looks like we're actually getting some views from the ground still, potentially from Florida of the ship as it's up there. Yeah, so that's a view from some of our tracking cameras on the ground in Florida.
Okay,
but
so the
ship,
chopsticks
we
move
just heard
slightly.
Successful orbital insertion, so it's right where it needs to be, and is now going to continue on its way to coast until it comes to reentry.
It's
But
going
I
to
mean,
be very
the
interesting.
booster,
Watch out for our
successful
flight
boostback
analysis.
burn, jettison the hot stage, and then a
We're going to
landing burn. It
investigate
looked
for
like
you.
we saw 12 of the 13 engines light up, and then that first ever soft
Wow!
in the water. So
It was so
a
loud.
whole lot still to
I'm
come.
3.5
Ship
miles away from the
now on
rocket,
its way to
surrounded
its
by my family
primary
and friends
objective
actually
of
right now.
entry.
It was
That's going to
so.
be coming
It
up
was
in just under 40 minutes from now. So a lot still to come, but wow, what a 9 minutes to start this mission off.
shaking and vibrating around here. This
Can't wait
rocket
to
is
see
so
what
massive.
entry's
It is
gonna
not
show
comparable
us,
to anything else, even
but
SLS.
That launch was incredible. Back over to you, Jesse and Kate.
Wow. I am still trying to catch my breath here. That was some incredible views that we have never seen before.
That would be a very interesting.
It has been nonstop since liftoff, and with the
30
booster
minutes
having
to re-entry,
completed
so we have
its
a little
job
bit of
for the
time.
day,
Go.
we're going to take a short break for about the next 28 minutes, and we'll return while we're going to take a break while the ship is continuing to coast before re-entry.
Exactly. As with Flight 3,
8:30 local
Starlink
time
may
is
enable
when the
us to
re-entry
talk
should
with the
start.
ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so of course nothing is certain. However, if we do have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. Views such as the one, that we had. Well, of course, because I said it, it went away. So we will try to bring those to you live.
Exactly. Views or no views,
Excuse
we'll
me,
see
I
you
am
back
very
here
tired.
at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
Wow!
Expected lost signal, Key West.
It is insane. Everybody, we are seeing the entire SpaceX show again today. We just saw a booster touchdown in the Gulf of Mexico, which I think is a major step forward for the Starship development program. The upper stage is coasting right now for another 27 minutes roughly. It's going to keep coasting until it is going to start its re-entry procedure. We should see live pictures of it. Kate Tice just said if they have any live pictures to show, they are going to do it. Right now, they're awaiting acquisition. It doesn't mean anything. It just means they've lost picture feed. That doesn't mean they've lost data feed with the rocket. They're still very likely communicating with it, but they have lost the bandwidth to transmit picture to us. So we're going to wait for them to bring their picture back to us. And meanwhile, dear guys in the background, is there any chance we can show the launch again? All right, we're working on a replay for the launch. Stay tuned for a second. This was absolutely fantastic. They should. Okay, so yeah, chat. What do you think? Now we've seen a touchdown. We've seen a touchdown of the booster in the ocean. Do you think they're going to catch it on flight number 5? Tell me in the chat. I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on this. This is fantastic stuff. Absolutely incredible. Thank you for the super chats, for the likes, for the subscriptions. Thank you so much for following us along. I'm reading the chat right now. So give me your opinion on if they are going to try to catch it on flight number 5. We're working on the replay. The internet is pretty slow right now, so it'll take a minute or two to get the files over from the server, but then we should be ready to show you a replay of the launch. No, yes, maybe, yes. No, no way. I wish, but no. I hope they do. So we have the whole spectrum here. I wish, but no. They had some problems on the booster, so it wasn't completely smooth. We saw parts flying away and all these kinds of things. So they're not completely out of the woods. Yeah, please do unmute SpaceX if they're saying anything. Oh, there's just music playing. You don't have to say yes, 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 yes. There are a few people who just say yes, and I love the yes crowd. I'm really, really hoping they're going to do this on Flight 5. They had some problems, but they brought it back down, and I do think that they stated before the flight that if they are able to solve. There you go. Look at this. This is my son, my youngest son. He's practicing. He's going to ride one of those starships at one point. Are you? Nice. So he's in the no crowd as well for flight number 5 for the booster catch. This is just insane, and I feel very fortunate that we are able to be so close to these launches. So again, to space, anybody from SpaceX is watching this feed, thank you so much. Thank you so much for enabling us to be so close to what you're doing here. This is just amazing. Working on it. Test, test, test. Can you hear me again? My mic was on. It's back, it's back, it's back. No audio, no audio. It's back. Okay. So we had a short microphone glitch here. So the chopsticks did move. So my theory was correct. While SpaceX was landing the booster on a virtual tower out in the ocean, the tower was likely catching a virtual booster out here at Starbase. And that they do, of course, because they want to they have to test if they can actually move Mechazilla right after launch. They have been very, very busy refurbishing chopsticks. Can you hear me? Mic is out, mic is out, mic is out. So it's not on me. My microphone is transmitting just fine. Yep. I can hear everybody in the back end as well. So we're working on it. We're working on it. Just tell me in the chat as soon as you can hear me again. It's a mic lag, and it's from our server to outwards. It is difficult to do all this. We have tons of equipment and tons of our own coded software and so on and so forth to even make this happen. And that's why all the likes and subscriptions and super chats and all that kind of stuff is so important for us, because it is actually way more than just turning on a camera. And sometimes, so yes, 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 no, yes, no, audio is back. Okay, so if I cut out again, it's just the way it is. We're working on it in the background. It's really good to hear that my voice is back again. Thank you all so much for watching this with us. Thank you for the super chats that I haven't shouted out yet and all this kind of stuff. So what I was just saying is that SpaceX seems to have tried to catch a virtual booster while the booster was landing out in the ocean. The chopsticks moved, which... Look at that. Do you see this movement? That's what I was talking about. It's a time lapse, so this is sped up, but that's what the chopsticks did while the booster was landing out in the ocean. So that is very, very likely a virtual catch attempt at the tower combined with a virtual landing out in the ocean. So our theory was correct, and this is just absolutely amazing that we were just able to prove this. They actually tried to catch the booster at Starbase, just with the data from the booster out at the ocean. I froze. Yeah, well, we're like they expect some glitches. It's going to get better over time. The further we go away from the launch, our internet connection should improve again because other people are shutting their connection off. And for the next time, we actually have a pretty good backup that I'm going to work up on that. Actually, Pedro, he's streaming from a Brazilian YouTube channel. I managed to get him up here so that he has the prime spot to stream this from. And he gave me a really, really good idea on what to do as a backup. So we're going to try that for next time as well. But so far, I think I'm still visible at least. Perfect. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. The data, exactly. I'm reading the chat as well right now. I'm having a hard time reading out questions here. Give me a second. I'm going to try to bring that up again to see if I can answer a few more of the questions while we are in the coast phase. So the ship still has awaiting acquisition of signal, and I'm getting more and more nervous about that because normally it doesn't take that long. So we're going to just take a look out at SpaceX's tweets, maybe updates, something, them coming back to comment again. Do we have any audio? Question to the production team from SpaceX besides the music? Okay, so it's just music right now. They still have telemetry data, yes. You can see the overlay from SpaceX, T plus 21 minutes and 34 seconds and counting. You see the speed, you see the altitude. So that is still moving, meaning they are still receiving telemetry. But I'm hoping that their camera feed is going to return soon. Right now, it's still music. It's just music on SpaceX's stream. So we're going to get that back as soon as there's any commentary, and of course get it big as soon as there is any live feed from the upper stage, which is coasting right now towards the Indian Ocean. The plan for SpaceX. We'll be there. So much for being. Okay, so we're testing audio, testing microphone. Test. Can you guys hear me? I'm looking at the chat. The thing is that the team can hear me just fine, so we're kind of relying on you. They're still saying there's no audio. Audio is crazy. No audio. Nathan, take over. Nathan, take over for a moment. I can use a break anyway. Tell them that I'll be back in 10 minutes. No name changing. No name changing. Just put him in as I am in here right now. Thank you.
Okay. So hopefully my audio should be good. If y'all can hear me, if y'all can hear me, that should be good. Um, so yeah, he is going to be back in probably. Hold on, I need to mute someone. Okay. So he'll be back in about 10 minutes. He needs a little bit of a break to, drink water and all that stuff. Hopefully y'all can hear me right now, and we're also troubleshooting some audio in the background. But yeah, that was insane. So we lost it. Okay, so we lost an engine on ascent. We lost an engine on descent, and now we have Starship cutting in and out, or actually it just hasn't even cut in. Okay. 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 Hello? Test 1, 2. Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, there are some technical things, but seems like we have got most of it worked out. But yeah, I I can't believe they landed it. Okay, so Felix seems to be in the camp of they're gonna try and land it. They're gonna try and catch it next time. I don't know, just because they if you watched, like, when you were watching it, you could see like they did lose an engine, and it seemed like they lost more than just an engine because there was quite a bit of debris. So it was not a calm loss of engine. So yeah, something tells me that engine just does not exist anymore. And probably a few things around it don't exist anymore as well. So it seems like they should be working. It seems like they'll probably be working on that. They did do the virtual catch attempt, and I mean, of course, it did land somehow in the water. That was uh no audio. Hello? Is that Yep. Oh, okay. So it looks like we kind of found the problem. One of the problems appears to be that we can't bring up the replay and have audio at the same time. Um, yeah, yeah. So if I'm quiet for about 2 minutes, we could do replay. Um, okay. All right. So we're probably gonna put Arrakis Cam for a little bit, and then we'll get that replay for y'all because we have some pretty pictures and pretty videos that we should be able to show off because we didn't get it. we hope, of course. We didn't get the live stream during it, unfortunately, but I mean, watch the update video or watch the flight analysis in a couple days, and well, you'll definitely see the footage from that then, and it will spectacular. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, the okay. Throw me in. Hello, everyone. Okay. So I should have audio. We're trying to get the video pulled up now. In about 15 minutes at T plus 4725, according to SpaceX's website, that is whenever entry should happen. Now, we did lose an engine, and the burn, if I was watching the timeline as I was watching everything, the upper stage did burn for just a little longer than the timeline said. So it is likely that it might be off a little bit, maybe by a minute or two, but we'll see. Hopefully everything's good. But yeah, 47 is the current time. And well, hopefully SpaceX also has their footage for Starship back, and we'll be able to see it down there, because that would be awesome. I mean, we got a very clean view last time, so hopefully we get just as good a view this time, and we'll get to see a beautiful plasma trail again. And lost power. Looks like we might have lost power on Raptor Roost. So it looks like they're trying to get that. Looks like they're trying to get that fixed now, but yeah. So Felix is out at Raptor Roost right now. Okay, so we're trying to get the power back up at Raptor Roost right now, and we're gonna throw the replay on the screen. So this is from our camera. So this is the first time we're getting to watch this, and yeah. So hopefully Felix should be back in time for the launch, but he's got 15 minutes. Worst comes to worst, I mean, we know he's yeah. So let me pull this up so I can actually see it. What? And we're keeping an eye out on the stream as well. We'll let you know if the actual whoa, okay. we were fast forwarding through it a little bit there, but yeah, we'll let you know if SpaceX's stream gets anything back. And and they come back. Felix should be. Oh wow. That is. So this is from our own camera, and you can see. Okay, so it does look like they still did a bit of an avoidance burn. But that was. Wow. We are going. Oh. So we did not realize how loud the audio was because we have it a fair bit quieter here. So if that was a little loud, sorry for y'all. Yeah. Yeah. So y'all probably got what the official audio, so that's probably how loud Felix was hearing it. Maybe it wasn't too loud, but yeah. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. So it looks Felix is still trying to fix that situation out at Raptor Roost, but yeah. I mean, it's a fairly small area, and there was a lot of people there with a lot of equipment, so a lot of power drain. So you can kind of understand why they might have lost power. Oh wow, that is beautiful. It's incredible to see because on the last two flights they had all 33 engines burning perfectly. So we got those beautiful mock diamonds. We still. Oh, we have views on SpaceX's stream now. All right, so we're gonna pull that up real quick. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, that is. Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so it looks like we don't quite have the view of on the flap this time, but oh, that's beautiful. That looks like a view of the top flaps. Yeah. So it looks like the placement. Okay, so the placement of this camera is behind the heat shield. We'll see if it survives. There is a possibility that the camera does not survive reentry, along with the whole ship. But assuming the ship survives reentry, there is a possibility this is the last time we'll see the camera. But if it comes back on after reentry, then we should hopefully see the flip and landing, which I am looking forward to a lot because we have not seen one of those since SN15 about 2 years ago now. It's been a while. And yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see if any of the procedures have changed. And if the heat shield tiles really make a difference, because SN15 had a few heat shield tiles back in the day, but it did not have a full Starship's worth of heat shield tiles. Yeah, I believe Ship 20 was the first one to actually have a full set of heat shield tiles. So they've come a long way though. This is now Ship 29, so it's been almost double since SN15. But of course, that's just by SpaceX's numbering system because technically there hasn't been a ship for every number. But yeah, hopefully everything goes perfectly on reentry and we get those incredible views of the plasma during reentry, because that was honestly, I'm still in awe of that. And if we get views like that again, then well, it looks like also they're keeping orientation, so we should be able to actually properly test the heat shield. And Jonathan is back now, so if you'd like to say hello.
Yeah, I was muted there for a second, but it does also appear that Raptor is regaining power slowly. So Felix should be back soon. Yeah, quite a coincidence that they lost power exactly at that moment.
Yeah, it's a good thing it wasn't before.
Oh yeah, quite lucky actually.
That was.
I mean, they could still watch the launch without power, of course. Yeah.
They do have some mobile batteries out there, aka the Cybertruck, because that thing actually has. I was able to see it before Felix drove to Texas, but it's got a full basically washing machine or dryer outlet. I don't remember the exactly what it's called, but it's the big ones. It's if you've ever seen like a really big outlet, it's got that on the back. So they can use that if for some reason they lose power in other ways. So yeah, hopefully they can get all that figured out, and he'll be back for reentry in just 7 minutes. So we are T-minus 7 minutes from reentry. Yep. So we got bring the timeline back.
Yeah, that was the wrong one, no?
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to bring the right one.
Maybe don't bring
Give me a
that one
second.
back. Yeah. But yeah, so we are about
second.
T-minus 7 minutes because it will be at 47:25. So we got 7 minutes.
We'll have it in a second. Yes, there we go. Okay, so we'll bring the timeline up real quick.
Okay, there's the timeline.
Yeah, so that's the timeline with all the events after liftoff.
It goes up to engine cutoff though. Okay.
Oh, great. Cool. That's the wrong one as well.
It's fine though. So yeah, 47:25 is the number we're looking for. Now, once again, because they lost. Actually, I don't know if y'all heard it, but they got the animation now.
Let's see if they also have audio in there again. So we'll unmute them real quick.
Let's check for audio.
Blackout in communication.
Okay.
Yes, so they are talking. So let's just listen in what they're saying.
Okay. Did they stop talking?
Just about, yeah.
They stopped talking right as we stopped. Okay.
Perfect. Guess they don't like us.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. And Starlink's what's really allowing us to capture as much data as possible, especially through this reentry. Updated animation.
I hope we get a view like that. I wonder if SpaceX has any drone ships.
But these live views that we're getting now, and we're going to continue to get, are through Starlink. It's going to allow us to get as much data as possible, which we've said it before. We're going to say it 9,000 times. The data is the payload on these flights. So as much as we can learn, that's just going to pay dividends on all of our future flights and help us get Starship to an operational phase. Reentry, obviously a really critical phase of the flight, and it's the one that we're now most focused on cracking to get us closer to that full reusability. Starlink is going to be able to send us data back all the way through reentry. We've done some additional testing, and we're expecting to be able to get data from Starlink thanks to its high frequency, the orientation and everything of Starship.
Okay, so
all the way through reentry.
We'll try to get Felix
also,
back
got a new
just
here. We have two external views. We had this one on flight 3. We've got 2 for this one. And we're going to continue adding views as we continue to evolve Starship. Again, this is an experimental vehicle. Believe me, I want as many camera views as you all do. So huge shout out to the AVI and the software teams and everybody that's been working with us. We're getting more cameras on Starship. Not just because it looks cool, but this provides an incredible insight into reentry, which is, historically a really tough window to look through. The physics of reentry are insanely intense. One of my favorite NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, recently described it as with the forces and the flows and the temperatures, it's like pointing at a raging river in one spot and saying, tell me exactly what's happening right there. And that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at, more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees.
Everybody.
So just having visual representation, just being able to see what's happening is incredibly valuable. So these views are going to be through Starlink. We've got this one. This is in one of the forward flaps looking back. So if you see it rotating around, that's because it's embedded in one of those forward flaps. So as we get through and we start to build up density in the atmosphere,
the camera feed goes.
Those
go ahead. Come on in.
This view is going to move around as the flap does. And then the other one we had a little bit earlier is looking at one of the other forward flaps on the other side. Eventually, we're going to keep adding more cameras to Starship, get a couple of different views.
Tours. To everybody who helped us get this possible, and including, of course, everybody who is watching right now, for all the super chats, all the likes and the subscriptions. And
it's starting to light.
Holy cow, what are we watching here today?
re-entry.
This is just insane.
Yeah, we're going to be moving at hypersonic speeds of more than 5 times the speed of sound. We're going to see that plasma start to build. So, Kate, Jesse, excitement coming up.
Look at that.
Yeah, as you
Look
can
at
see
this.
with that
Fast
view
the
on the
plasma
screen
should be
again,
forming
high
soon.
def brought to us
You
by
can see it now,
Starlink.
actually.
We can
It's just
see
a
the
little
plasma
tinge of
beginning
red.
to build as the
There it
ship
goes,
is getting
there it goes,
closer
there it
to
goes,
the
there
Earth's
it goes.
atmosphere.
Ship
Now,
29 re-entering
let's
the
talk a little bit
atmosphere.
about how Starship
Fingers
will
crossed,
survive
everybody.
re-entry,
Like,
hopefully,
let's root
and
for this
control itself.
Starship. This is very important. This is very, very important.
I think it should.
Hype trains going in the shed. Everybody's rooting for
Let's do
SpaceX right
this.
now. Let's do
Oh,
this.
that is beautiful.
It is so beautiful, and it's so surreal as well because this is
Wow.
a brand new thing. I mean, we saw this on the last launch, but this is nothing. This is nothing short of absolutely incredible. That SpaceX is able to stream this live. Like, we have trouble streaming from Raptor roost. SpaceX is just now doing that from orbit while they're re-entering. So kudos to the SpaceX team for even being able to do this. So we can see the plasma forming, and SpaceX's second goal. The first goal they've already managed with a little bit of problems. So we saw some parts flying off the booster while it was touching down, but it did touch down in the ocean, and we did see the chopsticks move. So this is incredible, and this is the second thing: survive peak re-entry heating. This is what it comes down to right now. We're seeing the Starship light up in plasma, in ionized plasma right now. This is just absolutely insane. It is not spinning. It has the right orientation. Let's see if it can do this. Let's see if it can do this.
Come on.
Look at this view.
90 kilometers and dropping fast.
Viewing downwards, by the way, if you're wondering what the orientation is, you're looking towards the engine section and you're seeing the aft flap.
It looks like
the left aft flap in the picture.
It looks
angled
like they might
upwards.
have lost telemetry.
They have lost telemetry. Okay.
Yeah.
But this,
no, telemetry's
there
back.
goes. There
But
was a
we've
little bit of
lost
data
video.
there. Watch
Okay.
watch the
still
overlay
good.
from SpaceX. This is very important because it shows you if they still have connection. And
6.
right now, it's still at least sometimes transmitting something, which is
Yeah.
already incredible because normally a vehicle does not
does live
transmit
video
anything
now.
during this
The
period.
flap is moving.
Did we just see
Yeah,
flap
the
movement?
flap is still moving. They still have live video.
Look at this.
Oh wow. Oh, you can see. It looks like you can see some stuff going
Come on,
on
Ship 29.
near the
Come
skirt.
on, Ship 29.
Remember, they are missing those tiles near the skirt. so
I
you
know,
might
I know,
see
I know.
stuff.
We'll
Oh,
see. We'll see how it goes.
Jonathan, you've swapped with Felix.
Yes. There I am back again. Look at this view.
Look. Oh, that is beautiful. It.
Is it a sunrise that
No,
we're
I
looking
think it's.
at there?
I think it's in the dark.
Is it the plasma?
Yeah, that's all plasma. That's all plasma.
This is incredible.
Look at that bright.
This is an
purple.
incredible view.
That's from the oxygen molecules. That's
It's
from the oxygen molecules.
it's slowing
literally
down right
ripped
now.
apart.
Altitude 78 kilometers.
It's
26,000 kilometers per hour, and that's the problem of bringing back an upper stage. The booster
We
is way
still have
easier because
signal.
it's not nearly as fast.
I
This
guess
is
they were.
insane.
Oh, look at behind the booster. It looks like something is going on around the skirt. So
I don't believe it.
this
I don't believe this. This is just absolutely incredible stuff.
this is further than they made it last time, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Ah.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Look
it
at
is.
that.
Look at it burning.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's like a giant brake pad, just one that shouldn't wear away.
26,000, rapidly slowing down now, 73 kilometers.
Wow. I wonder the G's that it's pulling.
Oh, look at this. Oh, brute force burning heat. It's insane, insanely taxing on this on the ship.
How is they still live? This is insane.
Yes, yes. Keep going. This is just absolutely incredible. What is this thing doing now? What is this thing doing?
How? Look at that.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
Wow.
It's absolutely insane.
How is it still in one
There's nothing to
piece?
report right now, but besides it rapidly slowing down, engulfed in ionized plasma from the re-entry, 69 kilometers height. It is going down. It's slowing down rapidly, but the altitude is not going down rapidly, which tells you that the angle is pretty shallow.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I haven't seen any missing heat shield tiles other than the one that flew off at the start.
Let's hope it wasn't in a critical spot. Right now, the Starship is still going.
Wow.
50 minutes into
Yeah.
the mission, and we still have a broadcast.
It's still a very large. It's still very hot, or still very fast. Sorry. So, how it's keeping orientation perfectly.
Perfectly, exactly. That is working, and that is the biggest improvement on the ship so far compared to the last launch. Is they did not lose a roll authority. They still have attitude control. The flaps are controlling the angle of attack against the atmosphere right now, and the ship is getting. I wouldn't be surprised if they were already over past peak heating.
They might be, yeah.
Look at this view. This is incredible stuff.
They're slowing down fast, bleeding off a
Yes.
lot of speed. How do we
Yes.
still have views of this? This
It's
should-
Starlink. Starlink. Kudos to the
Yeah.
Starlink team. That's
Yeah,
what
this
makes
is
this possible.
incredible.
Yes, absolutely impossible stuff. Impossible stuff.
Wow.
I am just amazed. Look at the sparks.
Oh, wow.
I am so rooting for Ship 29 right now.
Yeah. Oh, there's a few sparks, yeah. Oh. How is the camera still alive, too? That's one of my questions. Must be on the very back of the flap. Wow. Yeah.
It's in the flap, yep. Look at
is-
this view. I'm stunned. I don't even know what to say. 23,000 kilometers per hour, it's rapidly decreasing, 68 kilometers altitude. Everything looks nominal so far. It's lost at least one heat tile, but if that's not in a critical spot, we might actually see this thing re-enter and splash down in the doing a flip maneuver and a landing burn. That's all the stuff we're hoping for right now. So if they actually pull this off, this would be a major step forward, especially because this is a V1 Starship, meaning this isn't even the updated hardware. The second Block 2 Starship is going to be way more advanced again. Not even talking about Block 3. We are seeing huge improvements on each launch, and that is what this comes down to. And that's why excitement is guaranteed and success is a possible outcome. Everybody, this is us watching SpaceX make history.
Yeah.
How to It might be a reflection. Yeah, you see this little hot spot on the aft flap, but it might be a reflection. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. This is you witnessing SpaceX re-entering a 120-ton upper stage. 120 tons.
It looks like there are some sparks coming from around where they didn't have the heat shield tiles. My guess would also be that the tile they lost was around that section, and they lost it after hot staging. So just the pressure from hot staging.
Yep.
There's the other view.
Look at this view. They are even able to still do camera production there, like switching between the views and everything. They seem to have an excellent data stream to the ship right now.
Yeah, there's still a fair bit of debris.
Oh, there's stuff flying there.
Oh.
But they're past peak heating now. You can even see it in the. Oh no, this looks pretty. Yeah.
Oh, they lost a flap. It looks like, or they're losing it. Yeah, it's burning through the flap, or at least burning behind it. I can't tell. Let's hope it's behind.
Hard to tell.
Okay. Yeah, it's behind.
It's really hard to tell.
This is ridiculous. I still can't believe we have signal.
This is crazy. Look at this. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're at 21,000 kilometers. We're still watching Ship 29 re-entering the atmosphere. You see all the plasma engulfing the ship. You see all sorts of things flying, which makes me really worried because this is not an ablative heat shield. So whenever you see something flying, that's not what it is supposed to do.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. All these sparks flying by are definitely not nominal.
Yeah. Oh, I thought.
Holy cow! Look at this.
Look at that. That's a lot of sparks, though.
Look at all this.
The blue tinge. That's from.
Might that be metal?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, this is not nominal. This is not nominal. At least I hope it is nominal.
This is.
I've never seen this before. That's the thing. You know, this is the first time we can witness this live. So we're guessing. We're literally guessing because there is no other live stream of this kind of stuff. This is the first time you're watching this.
Yeah.
It makes it is way further along than the last launch though. Ship 28 didn't make it nearly as much.
Should we have SpaceX's audio on?
Go ahead.
Where we pointed out we had some intentionally missing tiles, where we've got some sensors looking at
confirms that.
just how hot it's getting around there. We intentionally put those in essentially the least critical part of the heat shield, where if you had any kind of a breach, it wouldn't be great for reusability,
he's talking about the missing
wouldn't be
tiles
critical for actual
down here.
making it through the re-entry into the
At
landing.
the engine section, they had 2 tiles missing, but this looks more than that.
Yeah.
58 kilometers.
Although,
we're continuing.
Who knows? Maybe
we're guessing though. We're guessing. So
right now
anybody's guess
we are
is
over the
as good
Indian
as mine
Ocean.
right
We're
now
actually
because
getting
I have
closer
no
and
experience
closer
with
to
this.
that expected splashdown
I know rockets,
point,
but
which
this
is
is
just to the off the northwest corner of Australia.
This is surreal.
And if you keep an eye on our speed, the speed is dropping. We're hitting the thicker part of the atmosphere now. The speed's going to start dropping precipitously. We're going to start getting to transonic pretty soon, and then after that we'll get into subsonic.
That's all I can say.
We're moving less than the speed of sound, but wow, what a light show so far.
It might be reflection. I think it's.
It
just
might be a reflection.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I saw tiles flying too. In one frame, I saw a hex tile.
This camera view is looking right
burning
at
through
one of the forward flaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is disassembling.
And we're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at
it's burning through the flap.
Areas.
In a live stream, it is burning through the flap in a live stream.
The flap starting to come apart
the flap
a little.
is just disconnecting.
Yes, we're soon going to see that.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is
Look at that. How are we still watching?
Go Ship 29! You did it all.
29.
Look at this. How is it still streaming?
It looks like they lost part of the. It looks like they lost part of the cover on the back. It's literally just burning straight. That is
just
beautiful.
melting
It's
through
melting.
the flap live as we witness this.
How?
14,000 kilometers per hour, 53 kilometers height. The flap is not visible anymore now. Look at this action.
Wow. We still have telemetry.
Can you turn up SpaceX a little bit more?
This high heat re-entry
You
as
can see it
possible.
just flap off a little
Ideally,
bit.
we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test, and we are gathering as much data as possible, visual data as well, which we can see here. We are getting a lot of debris covering the camera on your screen, but we can still see some of those sparks and flames from that high heat as ship is making its way back down to Earth.
Ship now at 50 kilometers and closing.
It's still
the good news is we still got, looks like that camera lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning
how to improve the ship for total survival and recovery of the high heat reentry.
I'm honestly impressed that we're still getting this live view despite how much debris is coming off of this flap right now.
Yep, agreed.
The fact that we've got it is good news.
Oh,
and I may have jinxed it. I apologize.
Come on. They might have just fully lost the camera.
Look at that, it's back.
We are still going.
And the teams here at SpaceX are excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us. There's still a sizable crowd here at Mission Control Center Hawthorne.
A splashdown is expected in just about 4 minutes from now. We're still moving.
Look at their speed.
We still have live views. Starlink is doing an incredible job.
Maximum anti-dynamic pressure.
Having much heat
External
anymore.
temperatures are dropping.
Definitely past peak heating.
Okay, good news. Those external pressures are dropping. The question is, how much the ship is left? We can't really tell. We can still see some of that particulate coming off. And unfortunately, we do have a cracked camera lens.
You could still see.
For any photographers out there and videographers,
look at that.
We know that's part of the gig sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see that the speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really great news for us. We want the vehicle to be slowing down before it splashes down into the ocean. That'll help set us up for that flip maneuver, engines first down into the water.
Exactly. So we have seen this flip maneuver demonstrated on previous high altitude flight tests, like
they will never be able to do a
serial
flip
number
maneuver
8.
with this thing.
More views.
There's no way.
Or I should say, more light coming through the view that we have through that cracked and dirty lens there.
No, the flap is
but yeah,
gone.
so we're hoping that this flip maneuver that we can pull it off as soon as we get those views back. If we can get them. If the ship is still around, we will bring it back to you.
Vehicle has passed maximum dynamic pressure.
The flap was melted.
That is great news. Maximum dynamic pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure. Speed still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean.
This is impossible stuff.
Just like Flight 3, we are targeting a splashdown in the water in the Indian Ocean.
Plummeting.
We don't have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry, that does tell us that ship is still doing okay, at least. There we got that live view back.
How is this possible?
To see that view. Despite not being able to see very much.
The fact that it's there tells us the ship is still alive.
Yes, and collecting data. Continuing to collect data as we get closer and closer to Earth.
Yes, now 30 kilometers, now 29 above the Indian
Starship is
Ocean.
at 30 kilometers altitude, Mach 2.
No way.
Listen and listen and
Sounds like the vehicle's traveling, as we just heard, Mach 2, which is... looks like we might... I thought maybe it might clear up. It is a little bit... now at T plus 1 hour, 3 minutes and 13 seconds into Starship Flight 4.
Yeah, the lens is gone.
Hoping that the ship can hang on. It's probably potentially hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads. But it's still going, and that is excellent news.
That deceleration is looking incredible. We're about to go under 1,000 kilometers per hour.
The thing is pricing
900. Starship is at 20 kilometers
Come on,
altitude.
900.
Now, keep in mind that even though we can't see anything, the data itself is what we really are.
Starship is subsonic.
Subsonic, they're telling us it's traveling below the speed of sound. That movement means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something.
Is it just igniting its engines?
Well, we can... engine telemetry.
This is a nail biter.
Yeah, no, that's it.
But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the lens, but we're still getting the feed. Starship is now 11 kilometers over the ocean. All this data is incredibly important. Even if, you know, it breaks up right now, you can see that flap actuating through the glass.
Is that the flap that was burning?
Yeah.
It's
Starship is passing through 10 kilometers altitude.
Okay, the next milestone will be initiation of the flip maneuver and landing burn. Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of your screen for those 3 center engines to relight. They will gimbal or angle so that the ship flips itself back up vertical and hopefully lands in a vertical position.
Come on.
And the crowd is very excited to get this view of that flap still maneuvering.
Starship is passing through 5 kilometers altitude.
No. Okay, just a few more seconds and then landing flip.
This is incredible.
If they can flip.
We're getting very close to splashdown.
These fireflies are such a good sign of life right now. We wish we could see more, but we'll take it.
Starship is at 2 kilometers altitude. Terminal block.
1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Okay.
Just 3 seconds
Come on,
to landing.
something.
All right, landing flip. They're actually, look at the telemetry.
All right, good news there.
No way. What? They're up.
What exactly?
Landing bird started.
They have landed it. No, they have landed it. This is it. What?
Starship is in
It's in
landing
the
burn.
water. It is landed. It's I can't believe this.
The landing burn shutdown was commanded. Wow. I mean, it was a little bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually see, but we were able to hear the ship did its landing burn. It sounded
Starship
like we might have got
shutdown.
2 engines. And there's the final call for landing burn shutdown, but we'll go back through all the data, but we did get confirmation that a landing burn took place. Starship made it through re-entry and did its first ever landing burn. From South Texas to the other side of the earth, Starship is in the water.
I can't believe this, everybody.
What a day. What a day, guys. Yeah. That was absolutely incredible. We got views pretty much the whole way down. Analysis said it could do it. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to happen, but Starlink powered through. We were able to get signal. We started to get some debris on the cameras and everything, but we were able to see it. So, I mean, what a day.
Not even the space shuttle
Just
could do
recapping,
that.
everything started off today. We lifted off from here in Starbase just about an hour ago. It feels like a lifetime. Successful super heavy ascent, boost back, and its own splashdown in the Gulf. Ship made it to space, kept its attitude. Successful re-entry through peak heating. We got to see it under flap control through the atmosphere, and we got call out of our first ever ship landing burn after a launch into space. So, just really incredible. So I'm going to take some time to collect myself, but wow, that was incredible. I can't wait for the next one. Over to you guys.
It was so loud here. I haven't heard the crowd get that loud probably since liftoff of Flight 1, honestly.
That was incredible. Congratulations to our teammates, to everyone who supported the Starship program. Thanks to all of our future customers for your support. And we'd also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico. And since Starship got a little bit toasty from that extreme heat of reentry, and we've got our very own Starship right here, let's have a toast of our own.
I've been waiting all morning for this.
Okay, may I?
Light me up.
Come on.
Just like Starship, I like this toasty.
I'm keeping this.
Now, we've got more Starship test flights coming to you soon. Be sure to follow the SpaceX account on X for more updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.
Okay. Okay, so this is it's surreal. Just give me a second. I have to tone down my ISO levels on the camera. I'll be right back to give you a final verdict here. It'll take me 1 second.
I mean, I'm probably not gonna say too much while he's gone, considering I'm kind of speechless. But, what did we just watch? They lost a whole flap, and somehow they landed it, which is something that they took. SN8, SN9.
It's incredible. I have no clue. I have no clue how they even did this. I'm like, okay, so let's recap what we saw. We saw a almost nominal ascent with one engine failure. We saw a stage separation with a beautiful view of the hot staging ring for a moment there. We saw the booster come down, executing its landing burn with 13 engines, even though it had lost an engine on ascend. We saw some debris coming off the booster before it landed, so it wasn't completely nominal, but it did its landing. It did its landing in the ocean, and confirming my theory, we also saw some chopstick movement at the launch pad. So they did test both. They did test a virtual landing of the booster on a virtual tower, and they did test virtual catch with a virtual booster at the real tower here on site. We saw the Starship continuing to space, having a nominal SECO, coasting for a good bit of time, 30, 35 minutes, I think, maybe even 40. Then it started its re-entry, and we followed the entire journey of Ship 29 going through the atmosphere, which is absolutely surreal. I didn't even think that was possible. We saw it, of course, not nominally re-entering. The beginning looked pretty decent, but at some point we saw sparks flying, and that's your first sign. We saw entire tiles and in frames that we were able to see. We saw entire tiles coming off. We saw the left aft flap being completely disintegrated by the heat over time, and so on and so forth. But still, the ship kept on broadcasting telemetry and footage, which is absolutely insane. I don't even know how they did this. And then we saw the thing flip, ignite its engines, and perform a landing burn. Don't ask me how it did that. I am clueless because the thing was half gone. But Ship 29 is the honey badger, it seems. It didn't care much. So I think I'm going to call Ship 29 the honey badger from now on. This is history in the making, and it's absolutely insane. I think we do have a camera recording from Lone Palm, so we can roll this and take a look at the launch again. If you are willing to stay with us, give us a moment.
For flap.
Okay. So we don't know exactly where in the launch footage we are, but at some point we're going to see the ignition again, and we're going to see the liftoff of Ship 29 and Booster 11 again, and they were so absolutely surprising today. Again, it's just every time I'm getting these incredible moments from SpaceX, I think this can't be topped, and then the next time they top it. I don't know exactly how they're doing this. But they are doing it over and over and over, and this is what they mean with excitement guaranteed, and this is what they mean with success as a possible outcome. There you go. See the deluge system, engines firing. 2 seconds after engine ignition, you see the Starship lifting off.
And pad avoidance.
It took a little longer than that, though, it looks like.
Yeah.
Because they had one engine that didn't ignite, so that's the reason why. And then look at this ascent. You see, the pad avoidance maneuver was the opposite direction. I don't think that was planned, because it's normally supposed to steer away from the tower, and as you can see, it kind of moved towards the tower for a second.
Yeah, it might have been to compensate the missing engine.
Yep.
Just
so you see it slightly moving towards the tower and then away, but this should be really, really good for the OLM. John is going to move out there as soon as he can. As soon as the rows are open, he's going to do his post-launch investigation shots, and we're going to have those up for patrons, of course. So if you're not a channel member or a patron or an ex-subscriber yet, this is the moment where it's actually really, really worth it, because we're going to have these pictures up probably in an hour or so. We're going to try to be the first. It's really hard because everybody tries to do that, but we're normally really, really good at this. It's just insane.
They got, this is the first. Wait, this I mean, if you ignore the fact that they lost a few engines and like melted through a flap, this is the first vehicle, the first orbital vehicle that has ever been
from space. Exactly.
Because it's the entire thing. The space shuttle was refurbishable and it threw away the center tank, but the entire vehicle came back, landed in the water.
Yes.
It's still in one piece.
Do not confuse this with full reusability yet.
Oh yeah, this is not
because none of this is going to be reusable. But what it shows you is that they are on track. They are on track to build the impossible rocket. That's exactly what it is. Like there are some who are trying to copy Falcon 9 at this point, but Starship is a whole nother level. I'm telling you. And that tower over there, I can see it from here, is empty, and both stages. Even though I did not think it to be possible, I'm fascinated by this. Truly am.
I thought for sure it was going to take at least 1 or 2 more tries before they got to the landing flip, and I didn't even think they would successfully land it after that. I was like, "There's no way."
Yes,
right?
Go ahead. Holy.
All right, and now remember, we are going to have a post-flight analysis of this entire flight. So if you want to see that, if you want to see the full breakdown, find any of the information, like hear about any of the information we find, hear about all of the juicy details and all the tidbits that we're able to find, be sure to click that subscribe button down below. Our goal is to get to 469,000 subscribers. So remember, just go down and click that.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for funding this crazy hobby. The entire team appreciates it very, very much. We feel so fortunate to have so much backup, so many people rooting for Team Y. You don't know what this means to us. Everybody here is shouting and cheering, and it's the entire place was flipping when the rocket launched. And when I started this 5 years ago, we're coming down. Everybody's shouting already. When I started this 5 years ago, I couldn't have imagined how far this carries, and I'm almost choking up.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for watching What About It twice a week and our live streams. And it's just incredible to see what SpaceX did here today again and again and again. They are completely baffling everyone. And that's why we're broadcasting about this. That's exactly why we're doing this. This is just insane. Oh wow! I'm getting handed some champagne here. So this is to SpaceX. This is to the entire team working at SpaceX, making this dream come true for the entire world. Booster 11 and Ship 29 did something absolutely incredible today. I did not expect them to go this far at all. I was hoping for the booster to make it back. I did not have much hope for the ship, and the ship just didn't care. It's the honey badger. So cheers to SpaceX. If anybody of you out there is watching, I'm sure that everybody who's watching this stream agrees with me that you guys are freaking heroes. Thank you. This is incredible. Here's to flight number 4, and here's to flight number 5, and we're going to be here for you. And I don't think you're going to try to catch a booster on flight 5 because this wasn't safe enough, but they're going to try to land it in the ocean again. If I'm correct, of course, they might be crazy enough to try it, but I do think they're going to try to catch it again out with the virtual tower, and it's going to be even better, and the ship is going to do even better, and at some point, we're going to stream our landing on Mars, if this works out. Isn't this crazy? Cheers, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm still completely baffled.
Okay.
What do you think, everybody? I've got some time to read the chat right now. I know. Name that flap.
Yes.
Flap versus Thor. This flap is a hero. We are going to make a shirt design. We are going to make a shirt design. It was this guy.
Yeah.
This guy. This guy did it.
I wonder how the other flaps held up, because we only really got views from one.
I have no clue. I have no clue. We are going to investigate onto that. Absolutely. This is crazy. It is just absolutely crazy. I have no clue how this.
So we might have a quick glitch because we're trying to set up.
Should make a necklace out of this or something. I am completely baffled, as everybody is in the chat. I'm the Thor's flap. Flap versus Chuck Norris. The Phoenix flap.
Oh, that's a good one.
It is just incredible. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for all the memberships and all the super chats that I ended up not shouting out because we were so busy seeing Ship 29 survive against all odds. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate everybody who supports us. Go check out our Patreon. If you think it's worth it, become a channel member. You'll get access to all our picture galleries every day, from John, from the helicopter, from satellites, and all this kind of stuff. You're not going to regret it. You're going to get access to our Discord server, where I am as often as I can, and if you tag me in there, I am going to respond, and so on and so forth. The IFT4 shirt, or actually Flight Test 4, because they don't call it IFT4 anymore. I have to get that out of my brain. The shirt that I'm wearing is still on sale, 20% off in the merch store. The link is in the description. Huge shout out to Redline Helicopter Tours, who actually managed to have our photographer in the air while the rocket launched. Look forward to the pictures of that. To My Radar for providing excellent weather data for us and for the rest of the world, and for giving us their Cybertruck to drive it down to Starbase, believe it or not. Huge shout out to them. Go check them out. They're the best weather app out there, and I've used them long before they became a sponsor of What About It. So it's not just me shouting out for a sponsor, it's me actually believing their product. Huge shout out to Raptor Roost, to Keith and Noah. These guys are my personal heroes. They managed to get us here and have us stream from here, even though we had some technical issues. I'm thinking everybody does. We've learned a few lessons again, so we're going to be even better on the next one, and we're planning to be here for that one, and so on and so forth. We're going to have a huge after party, which is kind of a tradition at What About It. Whenever the launch is done, I try to celebrate with as many fans as I can, and we're going to do the same at Raptor Roost today. As soon as the roads open up, people are going to stream into this place even more. We're going to celebrate. We're going to get the 24/7 cameras up again for you guys to enjoy the post-launch apocalypse down there. It's just, Nathan, anything to add?
Honestly, I'm still kind of speechless. Just this was an incredible just experience. It's the fact that they were able to bring it back, and it is, I mean, hopefully currently floating in the Indian Ocean.
Yes. Which is incredible. Imagine that. The thing started out down here. It's crazy. SpaceX, everybody. SpaceX. Give it up for SpaceX. So I just got the news that 24/7 cameras are back up, and we're going to reroute you there after we close the stream here. Just stay in, and the next video you're going to see is the 24/7 camera stream, which is going to show you the aftermath of an incredible launch we just saw. I'm still absolutely baffled. I'm missing the words, and I'm very much looking forward to analyzing all this and bringing you a video about this. It's going to be difficult to write because we saw so many things here. It's just insane. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Indeed. Okay.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
Thank you, SpaceX. Exactly. Flight. Something said it. Somebody said it just in the chat. Let's not forget, Flight is just actually pretty good. Let's not forget that SpaceX are the guys who are building this, who are making these dreams come true for us. It's incredible what SpaceX is doing down here in Boca Chica, and I can just recommend coming down here. If you ever have the time, even if there's not a launch, it is so worth seeing this. Trust me. This is the 5th visit I'm doing to Starbase, and I have not regretted a single one, and it's worth it every time. So if you've ever got the chance to come down, plan a trip, I can recommend it. I really can. Okay, so I'm going to call it now. I'm very, very tired, and I need to wash up before the after party starts. Again, to everybody who's still watching, thank you so much for rooting for Team Y. You cannot imagine how much the team, not just me, how much the entire team is appreciating what you guys are doing for us. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to cut my camera now. I'm speechless.
I will do the
Bye,
same.
everybody.
Bye.